sai wunti huluri kuma an sani kifi mamare mata 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 ku tattaba ku dan taka ku dan juya budar dangi nan mota sai ya bani mamaki direbobi dole sai da kutuki sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki ashe morewar kudi a kai banki idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki ashe kuna za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne mata da kunan ki ku gane kuna ku kullum zabari ne sai da kuko a ina ne
They fear one name, not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 the man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him.
Ayandaba, 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 Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Soko sunu baby Subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri, the Mo, Para chụbajọ dịrị chukwu mma chukwu chụbajọ dịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is a free one. Be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru m ụgwọ ya baby mo
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna motang wapuna koga book.
All right. Let me play you one more song, and then we'll start it off. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Let me know in the comment section if you can't hear me okay. Let me play you one more song. Where is my script? Oh, I hope this thing is not going to start acting up today. Let me play you one more song, and then we'll kick it off. Let me see. Okay, let me play you that Tinubu one that you all love so much, and then we'll kick it off. Actually, let me play you a Miloko.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi ì tọrọ gàrí mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀ mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. àṣà Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn. Eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. You heard it from the man himself. It is my turn, Emilokon. So there it is, Emilokon, according to Tinubu, and certainly just exactly as he said. Hopefully you can see me okay. I've got so many things. I've got so many things opened on my screen that my system is somewhat glitchy. So let me know if it's coming across glitchy or it's coming across okay. And let me know if you can also hear me clearly and lucidly or not. But good day to you. So twice as nice. Buy one, get one free. That's the session for today. So we had quite an extensive session earlier on yesterday. Earlier on today, even now yesterday where I am. But we've had an earlier session. Now we're having a later session. We're almost certain to repeat that sequence against tomorrow. So that's just the nature of how it's going to go. We're building up to the election. So that's what's going on. So we're building up to the elections. That's what's going on. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Okay movement. Patrick Glory tells us. I will see how okay that movement is in the shortest of time. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Protocol remains to click the like button. Just I'm inviting you to do so. Please do so. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please subscribe, like and subscribe. You want on the link in the comment section that the hyperlink string says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink, it will bring you into a studio space. And as soon as I've finished fleshing out the body, I'm just going to send the hyperlink again. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll engage you in conversation. So that's how it goes. Like, share, subscribe, and please don't just listen for the purposes of just hearing the sound of a voice. I'm inviting you to take out an action. So the first action I'm inviting you to take is to like, that's one. And then the second action is to subscribe, that's two. The third action is to click on so as I'm doing it, be checking it off where you are. So the first action I'm inviting you to carry out is to like. The second action I'm inviting you to, I'm not giving you the finger, by the way, I'm counting. So the first action I'm inviting you to do is to like. The second action I am inviting you to do is to subscribe. The third action that I'm inviting you to do is to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come into the studio to keep me company. And then the fourth action that I'm inviting you to do is to copy the link to the stream and put it in your social media spaces, WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, etc. Do that as well. And then say hello to me in the comment section as well. You know I'm a sensitive soul. You know I have no friends, so you be my friend for the moment that we spend together. Say hello to me in the comment section. Let me know where you're joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Super chat towards the stream as well. As I think is that Boson, as Boson has already done. So follow the example of Boson. You know, the platform needs constant lubrication of super chats, as Boson rightly recognizes. So you recognize along with Boson and make sure that the platform is sufficiently lubricated with super chat. So it is Boson, isn't it? So thank you, Boson, for that. Olatun Boson or Shonleti. So that name sounds somewhat, is it that familiar to me or is prominent? And I'm not even saying it off the back of his super chat. Or Shonleti sounds like a name that we've interacted with, either that I've interacted with either on a personal level or as a name in the public sphere. Maybe it's a known name, I don't know. So all those things, like, share, subscribe, I've said all those things. If you're going to do it, then you would have done it. So the politics never stop, and neither do we. So let's just start it off immediately. So now the politics has started, and your president has come out to play. But President has not come out to play with you. He has come out to play with the international community. And here is Tinubu. This almost certainly will be the main hub of our afternoon session tomorrow. So here is Tinubu straddling the international stage and making us proud. So let's start it off, kick it off with this one. Here is Tinubu with Zainab. I can't remember this lady's last name, but I know her first name is Zainab. She's of that BBC school, and I think she's international now. But here is Tinubu on the international stage, explaining just what he has been doing with the country called Nigeria. So let's pick it up from here. Can you hear anything? I can't hear anything.
A lot of work into doing something there with the local taxes. The tax to GDP ratio in Africa is the...
Please let me know in the comment section if you can hear the volume. Very, very important that you tell me so I know. Good day to you, Safety Domain. Good day to you, Chioma, as well. Boson, of course, said hello with the super chat. There's Patrick Glory there as well. Top thoughts as ever. So there's top thoughts right there. Who else? We have Agbadorian, who is always the first. There is Agbadorian right there. So keep saying hello in the comment section, just like Safety Domain has done. And let me know where you're calling us from, joining us from, rather. Safety Domain is joining us from Texas. So now, like I said, Tinubu had an outing on the international scene, and this is how he performed. Let's have a gander.
The tax to GDP ratio in Africa is the lowest in the world at 16%. When you were governor of Lagos, you put a lot of work into doing something there with the local taxes, didn't you? But it's still pitifully low all over Africa.
But today, Lagos State is the 5th largest economy in Africa.
But looking at the context, I mean, yeah, all right, I'll let you brag about Lagos and Nigeria, but you were chair of ECOWAS.
I'm very proud of the legacy I left behind there.
Okay, all right.
I'm still monitoring that.
You talked about beating your chest, President Tinubu. You've done plenty of that, but you were chair of ECOWAS until last year. So just looking at the region, West Africa, but also the continent as a whole, when we're talking about, mobilizing domestic resources, people don't trust governments. The informal economy is very high, so it makes it much harder to get taxation for the public person.
Taxation is always the bedrock of development. They said no representation without taxation, and there are two things. There are absolutely categorically two things that are guaranteed in life: taxes and death. You have to pay tax no matter what, and at some point, hopefully in a far distant future, you have to go meet your maker. So that's what I wanted to highlight is how bright and alert, and I think Choma is picking up on that as well, is how bright and alert and on the spot Tinubu is in this particular session with the international community. So it reminds me of his outing in the Lagos Business Forum in the build-up to the last cycle of elections. Sharp, bright, to the point. That was what pivoted a lot of thinking towards Tinubu in that particular cycle. And I think he's going through that same répéter après moi sort of a thing with this interview on the international scene. Sharp, bright, alert. Your president.
Tax reform will have to be written in English language, understandable, and not Japanese in English. A standard that everyone will be able to pay, not for the avoidance, but genuineness of citizenship, right, commitment to pay taxes. Write it simple but not stupid. I've reformed that in Nigeria. You can pay your taxes from your telephone. You can assess yourself and you can evaluate yourself. So easy can need is to also put funding in place for research and development. this research and development will get our youth.
You see, this is one of the things about Tinubu. Is big on ideas, maybe not so quick on implementation. So a lot of these ideas now, he will say it to the applause and he'll get the applause. But then when it comes to actualizing it, either he doesn't really give it the priority or there's too many layers. You know, this is one of the biggest problems with Nigeria, actually. There are too many layers between policy and actualization. There are too many layers. So the government formulates a policy, and then the policy is drafted out, and then he has to go through a tier of mandarins in order then for that policy to impact on the people. So by the time it's gone through that many tier of mandarins, by the time it gets to the people, it either has no meaning of the conceptualization of that particular idea, or they've watered it down, they've messed it around, they've stolen half the money, and it don't amounts to nothing. So the governance in Nigeria is too bloated, it's too top heavy. And this is why from idea to policy and then implementation to impact on the people, the gap is so wide that it gets lost in the funk of it all.
Going, they are highly intellectually inquisitive. They will do it. Believe in them.
Yeah, but the budget doesn't go there, does it, into science and R&D? Is it 2%, I think, of African countries' GDP should be paid? Yeah, very low indeed. But when it comes to the private sector, the tax to GDP ratio in Africa is the lowest in the world at 16%. When you were governor of Lagos, you put a lot of work.
All right, so that's looping back. So let's go on to the next one. It's still the same interview, but this is a different clip. Like I said, we will probably interact with this particular interview tomorrow.
The Sokoto, to give you an example, in Nigeria, the Sokoto-Badagry road that I embark upon is 1,000 kilometers of road that is going to link Benin Republic and all the way to Ghana. By the time we finish, when I embark on the road, I call Boa, call Dangote, you have cement producers. I'm not going to import bitumen. I'm going to use the concrete road that will last about 500 years, if it is possible.
Hold it up higher.
And that's what I did. When you see this road today, they are all concrete. I didn't have to import bitumen.
Yeah. Of course, the big cement kings. So, okay, you're talking about...
I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, the Sokoto-Badagry road.
All right, so that's looping back on itself as well. So that's just a little vignette, a little soup song. Do you know what a soup song is, even? Are you people educated enough to know words like that? Tell me in the comment section if you know what a soup song is. It's a French co-opted into English words. A lot of French words are actually co-opted into English, like brioche or baguette but a soup song. Do you know what a soup song? Do you want to know what an aperitif is? You guys, man, I should be charging you for the education I give you on this platform. But that's just a little vignette of what Tinubu had to say on the international stage. So we go on from that to another one. So now there's a recurring decimal within the Nigerian paradigm. That's not the build up to that one. All right. So there's a recurring decimal within the Nigerian paradigm, and I'm sure you've all heard it endlessly. What has Tinubu done? Tinubu is not working. It's a failure. 3 years of nothing. A lot of this, I'm sure a lot of you would have heard. But as I often say in countless conversations that we have had on, as I've often said in countless conversations that we have had on this platform, there is nobody in Nigeria, nobody that lives in Nigeria now that can put their hand on their chest in an honest assertion that they are not aware of what Tinubu is doing. The examples are bound right across the country. So let's go to Lokoja and see an example of what Tinubu is doing there.
So, Lafia, Baki people, Abuja people, when they pass this road. So you people are like this. You are not saying the truth. You are not saying the work that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing. All the way from Makoti, Benue State, heading to Abuja. See my life, I never see single photo. Even say my balance, they sleep. See, now Lafia, the back of Lafia will do. Now, if you are coming from Makoti, heading to Abuja, and see road. See road! City boy, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 1 year, sure.
All right, so that's Lokoja to Makodi. But then when you hear Tinubu is not working, Tinubu is not working, what has Tinubu done? There's a particular place that you usually hear that a lot, and that place is from the southeast. When you are hearing Tinubu is not working, it's usually a southeasterner that is telling you that. But whenever you hear a southeasterner tell you that Tinubu is not working, you have my permission to point in his face and call him or her a liar, because they know full well that Tinubu is working. You know that the Southeasterners, there's nothing they love more than any opportunity to go back home to their region, having made all of their money in Lagos State. And when they are going to Lagos, when they are going back home to Owerri, Onitsha, etc., this is the road that they ply on, all courtesy of Tinubu. So Tinubu is not working, Tinubu is not working. This is what he has given the Southeast. So I'm not letting you have the audio because there's music on it, and I don't want the music to copyright strike me. But this anybody from the Southeast should recognize this particular stretch. This is the Onitsha Owerri road, just laid out like it was a picture postcard perfect. So Tinubu is not working, Tinubu is not working, but it's certainly working for. That's Njaba Bridge, which a lot of the Southeasterners would know. And the landscape, unmistakably, you can see the red soil there, the land of the red soil, the Southeast. And you can see all of the indistinguishable, indistinguishable, you can see the quite distinctive Southeastern style in terms of landscaping and architecture. So that's the Onitsha, whatever it is right there, that Tinubu has given to your brothers and sisters in the Southeast. So when next you hear the random Chinedu telling you that Tinubu is not working, you have my permission to point in his face and call him a liar. So that's how Tinubu is not working, Tinubu is not working, except of course that he is. So and we'll be doing a lot of these things, a lot of this debunking sort of a narrative. So let's go on to the next one. Oh, I don't want to go to that one just like that. This is the one on my screen now is Gbajabi Amila telling us why he's Gbajabi Amila telling us why he's looking to get rid of Desmond Elliott as the rep for Surulere. So I'm talking slowly because I'm looking for. I've got so many tabs on my screen. That's why my system funks up just so often, because I necessarily have to go through these tabs in order to present you what I'm bringing to your attention. No, I'm not sure what that one is, so I'm just going to remove it, because you know there was a time a couple of days ago that YouTube really came after us, so we have to be slightly more careful in sort of what we show on the screens. We got a real telling now from YouTube. So that's the one we've just watched now. So I'm just using the opportunity. There was one particular one that detailed the Nigerian borrowings. You know, they've been telling us all this narrative now that Tinubu is the most over-borrowed. Yes, all right. So this might well be the one I'm looking for. So, you know, they've been telling us the narrative of Tinubu being the most over-borrowed president in Nigeria's history. So Nigeria's actual external debt service payments by presidential administration 2010 to 2025. So 2010 sweeps up Goodluck Jonathan. So Goodluck Jonathan, $2.6 billion is what is external debt payments. So that was what that was is. That one is Buhari $10.03 billion, Tinubu $13 billion. So marginally more, but we can see the impact of the borrowing, but certainly not 3 times as much as anybody else, as some of the yam heads that we have in space have been wanting to convince us that that is the case. So what else do we have? I'm just rattling through these things so I can close some of these tabs and free up the. Oh, let me show you this one. This one will really tickle you. What's the name that Emeka usually calls this lady? The dancing queen. That's what Emeka usually calls her. The dancing queen is dancing her way all the way to the Senate House if she has her way. We're talking about hold on, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. They say men cannot multitask. I'm probably at the example that proves that. So hold on. Hold on. Why can't this thing just do what I want to? Oh yeah, there it is. Just bear with me 1 second. I just need to do something quickly. Hold on. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. All right. Bear with me. Apologies for that. So now, Yesufu to pay 8 million naira to obtain form for Senate, Randy to cough out 6 million naira for House of Representatives, advocacy money about to be redeployed. So this is Aisha Yesufu, great Nigerian people. This is how she found her way into the landscape. Great Nigerian youth, greatest of the greatest of the greatest. And she's greating her way. She wants to come and try and wrestle that seat from Ireti Kingigwe. So good luck with that. Ireti Kingigwe, she's marinated and fully baked into Nigerian politics. So it'll be interesting. And that's one thing I'm actually that's a particular fight that I would love to see actually. Ireti Kingigwe versus the dancing queen as Emeka tags her. So there's that one. So let me bring you this one. This is Gbadagba Miller telling us just why he's determined to get rid of Desmond Elliott as a House of Rep member. He said Desmond Elliott nearly cost him his job, if I recall rightly. So let's have a listen to this. That's Gbadagba, by the way. He's let the beard grow white. You know, he stopped using the dye to dye his beard.
I almost lost my job as the chief of staff last year because of Desmond Elliott. You are alive today, you can go and verify the name. Mr. President called me to his study in his house in Abuja during the Obasa saga, impeachment saga. I hear this Desmond is your boy, the one we gave to you. I said, yes, sir. And here is part of the people that are causing problems in Lagos and State Assembly. I hadn't spoken to Desmond. Immediately, I said to Mr. President, no. Desmond is not part of them. I didn't even spoke to Desmond. I didn't know whether he was part of them. I said, no, he's not part of them. Well, I'm telling you from intelligence that he's part of them. Go and tell him to retrace his steps. This is what Mr. President told me. I said, yes, sir. I called Desmond. That's why I said, Melo. Just let the president, this is what he said. If you are one of these people, if you are part of them, get out of there. And he decided to do this. Ongege.
Or no?
3 days later, the Director General, DGSS, called me. Chief, there's a problem. Your name is being mentioned all over the place. That you are the one behind, you are supporting Desmond in this event. Of course, President will not believe that Desmond will do such a thing, and I will not know something. I told the DGSS, I'm going to go to Desmond. To my young God, he has not done anything. I called him again. Desmond, go and make a public statement that you are not part of it. Go and make a public statement. Till tomorrow. If it was not that I had the kind of relationship I had with Mr. President, I won't be here today.
All right, that's a little bit glitchy, but essentially what Gbadabi Amila is telling us there are the reasons why Desmond Elliot would not be returned as a parliamentarian in Surulere. Do you know that Desmond Elliot is not even from the Yoruba stock? I think he's from the South or something. So this is what we're starting to discover, that non-indigenous people tend to be a bit laissez-faire with Lagos affairs, and I don't think quite that the Lagos spaces are willing to accept that. So that laissez-faire attitude, that I don't care attitude. So that's that one. So let's go on from that. So I'm just trying to close some of these tabs just to free up the space. So let's go on from there to what we actually have as articles. So let's bring this one up. Some of them I'll only give you the headlines. Some of them I'll give you the readouts. Atiku Amechi Malami stormed ADC Secretariat to submit nomination forms. So what actually made me bring this forward is the Malami angle. So of course we know that Atiku will be submitting a nomination form. We also know that Rotimi Amechi will be submitting a nomination form, but Abubakar Malami is submitting a nomination form. Why? Let's find out. Pardon me, former Vice President and African Democratic Congress ADC presidential aspirant Atiku Abubakar on Thursday submitted his nomination form at the party's national secretariat in Abuja amidst heavy crowd congestion that disrupted the proceedings and delayed movement within the premises. So you see these heavy crowds that we always hear. These are bought crowds. These are not organic crowds. These are paid for people to come and create ruckus to show some sort of popularity of some unpopular politician. Atiku doesn't generate a crowd that follows him. Maybe one or two people will spot him, and of course, from seeing him off TV, they will wave. And it's a bit like, let's say, somebody is holding a convention and then a crowd turns up. If something is happening in your community, the board people will turn up anyway. They want to come and see this Tinubu that they're talking about. They want to come and see this Peter Obi that they're talking about. They want to come and see this Atiku Amechi, etc. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're there in support of him. They're there to see the spectacle that is going on in their environment. So Atiku does not generate any crowd. I don't think you need me to tell you that. Former Vice President and African Democratic Congress ADC presidential aspirant Atiku Abubakar on Thursday submitted his nomination form at the party's national secretariat in Abuja amidst heavy crowd congestion that disrupted proceedings and delayed movement within the premises. Atiku, who arrived to complete the submission process, had difficulty accessing the submission desk due to a large and rowdy gathering of supporters and party officials. Security personnel eventually intervened to create a path for him to conclude the process. after part of the entrance door to the submission hall was pulled off by the rowdy crowd. So the usual Agbero. They are supporting him so much they are wrecking the building. He was, however, unable to address journalists or speak to his supporters after submission, as he was swiftly escorted out of the venue by security aides. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, was also cited at the party secretariat around the same time, where he similarly experienced difficulty navigating the crowd as he completed his submission process. So I know what Malami is submitting, but because I know his political ambitions, but let's find out together. Malami, who is believed to be contesting for the Kebbi State governorship ticket, also left the premises without addressing the press. So Abubakar Malami has been anchoring after this Kebbi State governorship post since the Buhari days. He wanted to take this seat off the back of Buhari in 2023. But Buhari invited him and other people within his cabinet to resign if they had any political ambitions. But Abubakar Malami was still jostling for $500 million fraud that he was going to perpetrate against the Nigerian state. He was doing that actually with Ned Nwoko, which is the Regina Daniels' husband. So he was still hustling some money, so he couldn't resign from his position to take up that ticket for Kebbi State. So it looks as though he's now going to contest, and he has so much money. All of the chances is that he will probably get in. Earlier, former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi had visited the secretariat to submit his nomination form, where he outlined his case for the presidential ticket and urged Nigerians to prioritize competence over sentiment in leadership choices. According to him, the 2027 election should be treated as a referendum on performance and capacity, arguing that aspirants should be assessed based on their records in public service. Let this be a referendum. If you have performed, whoever has outperformed the other, vote for that person, he said. Amechi said he believes is best positioned for the office, citing his experience as governor and minister of transportation, whilst also describing himself as capable of turning around the country within 4 years if elected. So they are all still trying to straddle, all of the southern candidates necessarily have to straddle this. I will only serve one term because, of course, they are cognizant that 2031 is the North turn. I am the most experienced. I am young. I think it must be 65 thereabouts. Maybe I don't know what constitutes young in Nigeria anymore. I am the most experienced. I wonder who is older between Rotimi Amechi and Peter Obi. Can somebody check and let us know? I am the most experienced. I am young. I am the most experienced, and I believe I have the capacity, he said. On the mode of emergence for the party's flag bearer, Amechi said he favors direct primary, adding that he would only accept a consensus arrangement if it favors him. I am going for direct primary. If the consensus is me, fine. But if it is not me, I am going for primary, he said. He also urged Nigerians and party leaders to reject zoning and identity-based politics. I would have thought that he'll be advocating for zoning because he's the only prominent southerner in the race in the ADC. He also urged Nigerians and party leaders to reject zoning and identity-based politics, insisting that competence should be the determining factor in leadership and selection. So I think this is somewhat a concession to subordination to Atiku. Nigerians should vote for merit, he said. Meanwhile, the ADC has scheduled a 2-day screening of aspirants to begin on Saturday under its revised timetable. Presidential and gubernatorial aspirants will be screened in Abuja, while other categories of candidates are expected to undergo screening in their respective states. So that's the thing right there. So the highlight there is that Abubakar Malami joins the race, but for the Kebbi State seat. So still there, Atiku submits nomination form. There's nobody in the studio, by the way. So if you want the conversation, you have to come in. I think the link is in the comment section. Let me resend the link. Let me salam alaikum to you, AB. You are late for class. So let me resend the link in the comment section. If anybody wants to come in to come and chat with your favorite or your laughing man, which is myself, then come in. That's the link right there in the comment section. So when Atiku submits ADC presidential nomination forms, so that's already captured in that last readout. So let's go on from that to this. Our court sentences ex-minister Salim Maman to 75 years in prison for 33.8 billion naira fraud. So this guy's fraud was taking place in open glare. You know, there was a time we did a session on this guy, I think a couple of years ago. It was the Minister for Power, and he went on this interview on NTA, which was a government-owned, which is still, of course, a government-owned platform, and the guy could not even understand basic English. He calls himself an engineer, but then, of course, probably from Ahmadu Bello University or whatever, where they just hand out certificates like confetti, but you knew then that it was just stealing stuff. Court sentences ex-power minister Salim Maman to 75 years in prison for 33.8 billion naira fraud. Of course, they will only be there for about 2 months. So a federal high court in Abuja has sentenced Salim Maman, a former minister of power, to 75 years in prison for money laundering and fraud to the tune of 33.8 billion naira. Maman was convicted on all 12 counts preferred against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's EFCC. So let us not hear the story that nobody gets convicted in Nigeria. A lot of them actually get convicted, but it doesn't make the headline quite in the manner that you know, other unfavorable news do. Now, a federal high court in Abuja has sentenced Salim Maman, a former minister of power, to 75 years in prison for money laundering and fraud to the tune of 33.8 billion naira. Maman was convicted on all 12 counts preferred against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. He was sentenced to 7 years each or on 10 counts and handed 3 years and 2 years each on counts 4 and 5 of the charge. Justice James Omotosho, presiding judge, held that the sentence should run consecutively without the option of a fine, except on count 4, which allows for a 10 million naira fine. The court also ordered the forfeiture of foreign currencies that were recovered from the convict, as well as 4 choice properties in Abuja that were traced to him. In July 2024, the EFCC arraigned Maman on a 12-count charge bordering on alleged money laundering and conspiracy with officials at the ministry and some private companies to indirectly convert the sum of 33.8 billion naira meant for the Zungeru and Mambila hydroelectric power project. So this is the level of just lack of humanity that we see in Nigeria. They will give them a defense budget and then they will steal it, and then our soldiers get killed. They will give these people money to give us electricity, they will steal it, and the country wallows in darkness. He pleaded not guilty to the charge marked blah, blah, blah. The FCC had called 17 witnesses who testified before the court and tendered 43 exhibits before closing its case. On May the 7th, Maman was convicted in absentia. Omotosho held that he was satisfied that the anti-graft agency had successfully established the ex-minister's culpability beyond a reasonable doubt. The court also issued, so it's now on the run. This seems to be, it probably somewhere in the Middle East with the stolen loot. The court also issued a warrant for his arrest. Mohammed Ahmed, who announced his appearance for the convict on Wednesday, told the court he did not know Maman's whereabouts, adding that calls placed to his phone lines had failed to connect. After sentencing, Omotosho ordered all security agencies to liaise with Interpol to ensure the convicts' arrest. So on the run, the minister, like a lot of them do, this is just the open narrative of the Nigerian space. So let's go from that to the next one. So this one now should come as no surprise to you. Makinde declares presidential bid, forms alliance with APM. So Marshal Wakosi, it will be president of his prison cell blockade, I suspect. All the money is stole, according to Ayofayose. Pardon me. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State on Thursday declared his intention to run for president in 2027, saying it was time to reset Nigeria. Makinde said this at a mega rally to announce the alliance between the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the Allied People's Movement (APM). The governor, who expressed worry over the dwindling fortunes of Nigerians, said it was time for people to engage the system and not stand by as spectators. He said, without a multi-party system, there is no democracy. Where is our multi-party? Where do we go from here? I think we have multi-party. So we have ADC, we have NDC, we have APC, we have APM, we have PDP, we have AAC, we have a plethora. We cannot say we don't have multi-party system. We have too many political parties even in Nigeria. He said, without a multi-party system, there is no democracy. Where is our multi-party? Where do we go from here? We have been pushed to the wall. The calculated and self-opposition cannot unite itself, but I am here to say that the opposition is the everyday Nigerian. This is the time for all of us to ensure Nigeria works for us. This is the time to confront its fears. It is time to engage as citizens and not spectators. So it's come to something now where he wants to use Baba Motiu Eleron in Bodija as his party base. For the opposition political parties, this is the time to unite and work in unity and give our nation the much reset it needs. The time to reset Nigeria is now. Ibadan is the city of warriors. The first grand alliance is formed. The PDP and the APM is formed. This handshake will allow us to field candidates from presidency to state assembly. The governor, who hinted that the PDP-APM alliance will field candidates, is from presidency to state house of assembly, said, and so I declare my candidacy for the office of the president of Nigeria. I don't have any anticipation that Seyi Makinde will take anything from Tinubu. If he gets 10,000 votes in Ibadan, in Oyo State, then I'm a banana. But I'm still talking about candidates. A good friend of this platform, SDP, submits Adebayo's name to INEC as presidential candidate. So they didn't run a primary. He seems to be the only star name they have there, and so he's been presented. The Social Democratic Party, SDP, has formally submitted the name of its presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, ahead of the 2027 general elections. This was disclosed, the party disclosed this in a letter signed by its national secretary, Olu Agunloye. You know, I know this guy, I know this man, Olu Agunloye, I do know him. Following its national convention and presidential primary held in Bauchi, according to the party, the convention and presidential primary were conducted peacefully at the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Stadium in Bauchi. Adebayo emerged as the sole aspirant and secured the support of delegates and party members to clinch the ticket unopposed. In a letter titled Submission of the Name and Other Details of SDP Presidential Candidates, the party informed INEC that the presidential candidate nominated by the Social Democratic Party for sponsorship in the 2027 presidential elections is Prince Adewale Adebayo. The SDP also requested INEC to provide the necessary nomination documents for the completion of the candidate's nomination process. The document requested include from EC9, EC9A, EC9B, EC9C, D, and EC9E. So I suspect that we'll be hearing a lot about these forms in the course of. Adebayo was the SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections. I think he came 5th, didn't he? If you look at the chart, I think he came after what's it called? The Kano guy, Kwankwanso. Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress APC has fixed its presidential primary elections for the 23rd of May, which will be, is that sometime next week, ahead of the 2027 general elections. Correspondents report that the ruling party also dismissed reports suggesting that the exercise has been postponed. So that's Prince Adewale Adebayo, of course, emerging as predictably as the SDP candidate. So no surprises there. 2027, Tinubu playing games with the law to keep El Rufai out of circulation. This is the ADC, and there is some veracity to that. Actually, you cannot completely, with disregard, insist that it's not doing that. There's everything indicates that he is doing that. I didn't know that was on the screen. So everything indicates that he is doing that. But then there's reasons to hold Abubakar El Rufai also. Tinubu playing games. I wonder what will happen to El Rufai. There's speculations that he might still pivot back to APC. The African Democratic Congress ADC has accused President Bola Tinubu of playing games with the law regarding the detention of former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai. Correspondents report that the National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, made the allegation during an interview on Symphony TV on Thursday. Abdullahi emphasized, I wonder when we will start being quoted in the newspaper, made the comment was gleaned from the One Man Went to More platform. Abdullahi emphasized that the legal action against El Rufai was politically motivated and aimed at keeping him out of circulation ahead of the 2027 general elections. The APC spokesman further described El Rufai as a political prisoner of our President Tinubu. He said, what they are doing by taking him to court, then shifting the date of hearing of the bail application, then moving him to another court and fixing another long duration to hear his bail application, he is effectively playing games with the law to keep him in detention and out of circulation ahead of the next election. So we in the ADC are saying, that Malam Nasir El Rufai is Tinubu's political prisoner, and we are right. Last week, we were having this conversation within the party leadership, and we are going to begin to deal with this appropriately because our thought was that the rule of law would prevail and it will be released. They stated. So how are they going to deal with this exactly? Are they going to organize a private army and go and force him out of prison? We are in court. I was in court twice on the days he was arraigned and when he was released briefly for the burial of his late mother. May God rest all of us. We are all there before they picked him up again, but we are going to escalate it regionally. We are going to escalate it internationally. So by telling us that they're going to escalate it regionally, they're going to turn it into a Fulani thing, is what he's saying. We have been doing this and will continue to do this. So I'm not quite sure that I can completely disregard that is there's a political undertone, but there's also reasons to hold on to Abubakar Malami. So Gbadue was how Wole Soyinka described him, and this is him, of course, Gbadue still. I was forced to leave APGA while I left PDP because of my principles. Your friend, not mine, P to B. Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC chieftain Peter Obi has declared that principles rather than personal interest have always guided his political decisions. Correspondents report that Obi made this known in an interview on News Central TV. Explaining the reasons behind his exit from previous parties, Peter Obi said he was forced to leave the All Progressive Grand Alliance APGA whilst he was dumped whilst he dumped the PDP because of his principles. He said, some men change parties because of their principles, others change their principles for the sake of their party. So for me, I change parties because of my principle, because I have been in a system where you can see that it is no longer what you believe in, what you want to practice. I left ABGA because I was forced to leave. I left PDP because of my principles. Yeah. So why did you leave Labour Party? And then anyway, forget Peter Obi. You cannot say you are going into a destination, but the process of going there has compromised your principles. While the National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, had disclosed that the former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, once threatened to leave the coalition. So Rotimi Amechi actually threatened to leave the ADC because he felt the party was pandering to Peter Obi too much. So that's Obi still trying to hustle. He's still doing that same jig, the same hustle that he's been hustling for such a long time. So meanwhile, Tinubu is not working. Lagos Blue Line records 3.5 million passengers in 1 year as daily riders hit 15,000. So you'll be expecting more than those numbers. I think they should crash the pricing in order that they generate. You know, it's the Ford the Ford Motor Company. What's the first name? Henry Ford. That's his philosophy to economics. Do it on a mass scale and pump more of it out at affordable prices. That's the best business model. Nigeria meets 99.2% of OPEC crude production in April. So this is perfect timing, actually, as the price of crude continues to shoot through the roof. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has revealed that in April 2026, Nigeria met 99.2% of its Organization of Petroleum Exporting Country OPEC crude production quota of 1.5 million barrels per day. This was revealed in the X handle of the commission, which stressed that the output rose to 1.48 million barrels per day of crude and 175,000 of condensate. So that's Nigeria then just raking in the money. I think that's all we've got. There might well be more, but that's all I've got for the moment. Let me play you the Kegite music, see who turns up. Where is we play the Kegite music and then we see who turns up. I'll send the link again in case anybody has the heart to take it on.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbé
ṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, your favorite voice, Baba, right there. Your other favorite voice, Ola, right there. The favorite voice of you and I, that's Larry right there. And everybody's favorite voice, that's Bishop right there. So good to have you, gentlemen.
We can hear you, one man.
Sorry, I muted myself. So I was saying, if anybody wants to speak to the headline, I had not spoken to it already. The Obi Kwankwanso OK ticket 2027 is Kwankwanso Obi ticket 2031, and that is the reading of a lot of people as to what is going on within the NDC. Kwankwanso wants to ride Obi for 2031, and of course, is having to do the legwork to let Obi have his moment in 2027. So this is a ticket that you'll see repeat in other cycles of elections. So the OK ticket will run 2027. Nobody has any expectations that it will lead to any of them to Aso Rock. But then the KO ticket will run in 2031, which will have a stronger showing. But because Tinubu is going to choose his successor anyway, they will also have no joy in 2031. So that's my permutation to that space. Let's kick it off, start it off with Larry, who's not been here for a while. Larry to Baba, Baba to Bishop. So Larry, floor is yours. Give us about 5-7 minutes, your thoughts. Larry.
Yeah, good evening, woman. How are you?
Good to have you here.
Good evening, Baba. Good evening, sir. And good evening, Bishop.
Larry, man. Welcome.
How are you, sir?
Okay. Well, so.
Woman, what do you want me to speak on? Obi and Kwankwaso and Obi.
That's the only story in town now. So we're talking about Obi Kwankwaso. We're talking about Rotimi Amechi article submitting their nomination forms, which is fine. But then Abubakar Malami also submitting a nomination form for the Kebbi State governorship, which you might have thought about that. And then Saleh Mamand, the former minister of power, he's been jailed for 75 years for stealing too much money. Sheyi Makinde declares his intention to run under some convoluted system that nobody knows or cares about. SDP presents Prince Adewale Adebayo, predictable as ever. Accusations that Tinubu is playing games by holding El Rufai hostage and not letting him come out to play. And Peter Obi still trying to justify him running away from a fight from one party to the other. So either those or anything else that interests you.
Larry, before you go, can you just take 1 minute? Can you add to your submission? Because when Daniel came out today swinging. No, you saw the interview. The guy did not care anymore. No holds back. It went off on
Ogun
so it's not over. It's Ogun's on fire right now.
There is fire in Ogun State.
They can't pick. You know, I want you guys. They can't pick in West. They can't pick in East. And the guy's not going to back down. So please, just for me, can you just hire again?
There's fire in Ogun.
I want you guys on this show. Now I want you. And like
no. But I told you now. Yeah, I told you we were discussing Yayin, and I told you Yayin was going to get.
No, forget that.
I think the aged cabal, they are not doing very well this time. I hope if Ashwaju comes back, you'll be able to handle a lot of this nonsense, including that of Oyo.
I do not know how.
Like, did you show what I've been here?
Yeah, I did.
Of Daniel on was it TVC?
I watched it live.
Man, he went off on everybody, man. He went off.
No. It's Daniel he's been keeping quiet for a long time. So and for me personally, I think Tinubu needs to be careful, particularly with these primaries. Because if he's not being careful with these primaries, that might actually be a big problem for APC. almost all the states currently have problems, and it's coming from the governors. I don't know how the governors have managed to blackmail Tinubu to the point that, you know, they want to destroy everything he's worked for. And I'm going to use Ogun State as a case study. I do not see what Dapo Abiodun wants to go and pick in Senate. He still has a lot of questions to answer.
Dapo can, Larry, you know, PDP is very strong in that.
Yeah. I'll
very strong.
No, wait, I'll get there.
One little error, you will lose.
Wait, now I'll get there. Because, you know, I understand Ogun State politics very well. Very well. And the way it's going now, in Ogun East, PDP is coming with Ataka. And Ataka is a very, very strong candidate.
Which PDP? Makinde's faction that's collapsed into a PM? Or that of Wike?
Yeah. You know, Ataka and all of them were in Wike's convention. So, an Ataka, and the problem with Ogun East, it's the Ijebu axis are asking for their time. And Ataka is coming from the Ijebu axis. Ataka is from Agoiwoye. And Dapo, ordinarily, put Dapo, put Daniel, put them down, go on normal election. I'm not talking about APC, you know, those are going to be manipulated. Dapo will not see draw. Dapo will not see draw. Because he has a lot of questions to answer. And if he doesn't answer those questions, I do not really see what he wants to go and do in the Senate. The same thing is happening in Ogun Central. Amosu is not backing down. Amosu wants to go for Senate. And the governor has been rallying around Salisu. And if Tinubu is not able to manage that, you can't afford to have a problem with Benga Daniel and Amosu in the same state. Because those two guys, in their senatorial district, you can't joke with them.
The problem I think we are not looking at is Baba Oshoba. He's one of the problems with
Baba Oshoba.
Baba Bisi Akande.
You know, the problem is a lot of people do not know. When you talk about having strong structure, Baba Oshoba does not have any strong structure.
He doesn't, but I don't know why Shiwaju always listen to him.
It's out of respect. It's out of respect. And they've actually even helped him for Olumide. Olumide is going, I think Olumide is going for the third term now. Third term, Olumide is going, no, I think after this is going to be the fourth term in House of Reps.
Like Desmond Elliott, he should go.
No, Desmond. So basically, Asiwaju does not manage Ogun State very well. It's going to be difficult. And I know he's been begging. But if the governor, you know, the greed of the governor is going to cause a lot of problem for APC in Ogun State. And the person I pity most is Yayi. Because at the end of the day, even though those guys actually, you know, they said, oh, his consensus, they support and everything, if they do not mobilize, it's going to be difficult. Because the politics of Ogun State, if not for last election, Dapo Abiodun almost lost everything, if not for the rigorigo that they did in Ifo. So, and the same thing is going to happen this time around. That's why, for me, I think Tinubu needs to...
Larry, let me tell you how bad it is. They can't even the deputy governor that wanted to go for Senate in Ogun West. That one wasn't even approved. So they have issues in Ogun West too.
No, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Like, what's going on here? Like,
no, the problem is the governor. And the governor played some policies. Look at what happened in progressive governors.
Is there any really interest in some backwater state, like some, who cares about who cares about Ogun State? Is it not in the same category as Yobe or
you know why you need Ogun State?
Is it not
you know why you need Tinubu needs all those Southwest?
It's not like we are talking about your state or some important place.
Now let's talk. You know why Tinubu needs those Southwest states? Because leave it, whatever it is, right? Lagos is still, even if Tinubu is going to win Lagos is still going to be probably 60-40.
No way. Stop that.
Baba, I am telling you.
No,
Baba, you know what? Baba,
Am I committing suicide though?
You know
No. Tó bá jẹ́ ti kú, forget am. Oshodi Solo, Lekki with Atao.
Let's dinner again, Abi Pasoski.
Why I said that? If there is a lot of problem with primaries in Lagos. Amsat zone is good, but in almost everywhere there's problem. And
but why do you think that we cannot manage the situation? That's the question. Because Tinubu gave the power to the governors to decide what they want to do.
No, I think Tinubu gave those governors some, he made a statement, that statement that he made, that the governors, are in charge, they should go and do this, they should go and do that. That's a very big problem. And that was part of the problem that Jonathan had.
But you have two former governors in Ogun. So of course they have their own political.
What he ought to have done is to call the three of them. Because if you are talking about Ogun State today, if you are talking about Gbenga Daniel, you are talking about Ibikunle Amosun, right? Okay, let's say West. Probably, Yayi has a strong base in the West, in Ogun West. You need everybody on board. He did it for the first time. He called all of them on board to support Yayi, and during which some promises were made. But look at it, the governor went back, he's just trying to be smart by half, but it's not going anywhere. Even though if Dapo wins the APC ticket, I do not really think Dapo can win the senatorial ticket.
If Bengas backs the PDP that he came from, Dapo will lose that senatorial ticket.
No,
because it's bigger in that region than the current governor. Let's be honest.
They don't like him, even in his own Iperu that he comes from. He lost Iperu the last time. So, and he's going to lose it again. Because a lot of people are kind of like asking a lot of questions. And why he wants to go to Senate, all of them wants to go to Senate because they're looking for a place to hide.
Do you know it was the reason why we did not get that refinery? We thought it was Amosun.
Yeah.
It was him.
Yeah. So a lot of people have not really heard Daniel talking. I think he's been silent for a long time. This is the first time.
The man exposed him.
No, that refinery,
no, it was it.
It was Amosun. Forget them. It was Amosun.
That politics of that place. Amosun has his own thing.
It was Amosun's time now.
No, sir. No,
but that
refinery dates back to 2012.
No, it was not.
Wait now.
Shall we get back to politics that people will understand? I'm not sure about carry on, but maybe pivot at some point to.
Okay. So Baba, what you see from outside is different from what we see from inside in Ogun State. What you see from outside is Amosun. You never knew Dapo was in that government. Dapo was even in Gbenga Daniel's government.
What I'm saying is that Amosun was the chief executive officer of Ogun State. The decision was his to take.
No, he led the negotiation for that refinery in Ogun State.
Yes.
This is what it was not made public, but it's been exposed now. He led the negotiation on behalf of Ogun State.
So you're exonerating Amosun now?
I am not. I'm saying that it's from that area of the state. It's from that area. It's not like it's okay, blame the bad people. No, it's from that area.
It's from that
area. It was
area.
even against the, we got this thing for Ogun now, this naval base. That was blocked it. It was it was Daniel in Senate that moved for that thing to be put in that side. So there's so many things the guy was even doing that was even against his own state.
Okay.
So let me say a little bit about Obia and Kwankwaso. I think Kwankwaso is just being smart. And I do not even know, right? Because
you know, if you reflect on what we're permutating towards Kwankwaso, this is probably the cleverest political move in play of all of the political moves in play.
It's a win-win situation for him.
Yeah. Because the thing is, and I'm looking at what is going to happen in 2031. Because Kwankwaso knows that he's lost relevance, fine. He has his own organic supporters, but in Kano, Kwankwaso has lost a lot of things. Kwankwaso cannot even face the governor, because when it comes to election, a lot of fund goes into it. So, but for him to have even maneuver his way, come in and say he wants to support Obi and everything is all about 2020 to 31. He knows 2027 is gone. And he knows that things are going to come back to the north in 2031. And the best way for him to position himself for 2031 is to probably just say, oh, he supports Obi. And if they lose, then it will be meant for Obi to now reciprocate the same thing, which is just a very smart thing to do. And he's actually done it. So whatever the case is, I think it's just, and Obi too, vice versa. Kwankwaso is also helping him. Because if he's not gone to NDC, probably Obi wouldn't even be on the ballot. Because he can't stay in ADC, Atiku will definitely beat him flat down. And for me, I do not really know why Obi, now looking at Obi, I don't know why he's running away from primaries. Hearing what the PRP guys are even saying, that, he was more, they came and they said, yeah, they don't want to contest, they don't want to do any primary. They just want the ticket to be handed over to them. Why are you looking for SPV everywhere? Because because for me, I think any politician that you want to do general election and you want to win, you should start from your own internal party. Put yourself through the fire. What helped Tinubu today was the fact that Tinubu put himself through the fire of that primary. Because that was when he knew. Because if you look at everything that Tinubu did then, before the primary, Tinubu basically moved around almost all the states. He was building alliance, doing all sorts of things, trying as much as possible to beg, to do everything. And even after the primary, he did less, right? It was, because he's done more. And that's exactly what I think, if any politician wants to probably contest or probably have a chance, you should try, because what you do with primary gives you that opportunity to even know the people that belong to your party. Because you'll be able to go from state to state. You'll be able to know stakeholders, meet stakeholders, and know who they are. But what exactly are they doing? They're just looking for, the scenario looks like somebody that wants to go to, you want to do a WAEC, right? Or one of these external exams. And they said there's a mock exam. And you feel that, you don't want to do that mock exam because you feel that you're going to do well in the general exam. I do not know, because you can, if you do not really prepare, I do not know. I personally, I think it's just going to be, because the rhetorics of 2023 are still not even there again. The religion rhetorics are not there, because 2023, by now you will have seen the churches were everywhere. They were telling people in churches, they were telling people, it's a lot of things were going, but those things are not really there again. And a lot of people that supported Obi in 2023, outside the Southeast, a lot of them have left. His main basic base, the obedient base, is in Edo State, and most of them in Edo State have left. Even some of the leaders that actually supported them in Southwest, a lot of them have left. Because he couldn't even control his core followers. So a lot of them have left. Fine, I think they are popular on the internet, right? You see them everywhere. And I think probably they have some guys that are kind of like, use some bots and everywhere. But when you bring them on ground, or probably those ones that, they're always doing the protest business in Abuja, running and shouting and everything. But for me, I do not really see him as a politician that is ready for anything. And that's why you see that, because you invested time, you were in ADC, you do not really know. A lot of people followed you there.
Sorry, Tunaija. I was away from my system, so I just put you on. It's good to see you, Tunaija. Carry on, Larry.
So a lot of people followed you to ADC, right? And all of a sudden you change. And one person that I respect so much that followed him, that decided to leave him, is Abaribe. Because Abaribe is one of the respected politicians from the Southeast. I do not really see Abaribe following Obi.
He was somewhat starting to lose that respect. The way he was, I can understand that he's a very staunch Southeastern something, But the way he was following Obi around, somewhat, he was somewhat starting to lose respect. I'm glad he went to Labour and not with Obi.
No. I think that's.
But he's an ABGAP senator now.
I think probably some people probably he has people that actually advise him that he needs to stand on his own. Because Abaribe, if Abaribe does his things well, he should definitely win. It's not difficult to win if you really believe in yourself.
He's from Abia.
The late Uba, won with YPP, not APC, not PDP, because he believes in himself and his people knows him very well. And you see, except probably I know why Ume is kind of like following Obi in the sense that probably he was going to use Obi's influence to win his own election. And yeah, it's normal, right? And look at
Labour Party senator before.
Yeah, look at this woman too. She followed them to ADC, and when they got to ADC, they left her there. Ireti Kinjibe. No,
sorry, Larry. A lot of people will actually pay a very heavy political price for supporting Obi post the 2027 elections because they've tied so heavily with Obi's ethnic sort of politics that after the 2027 elections, it will be very difficult for them to work their way back. Obi will walk away free, but a lot of people will be collateral damage to his style of politics.
Yeah, and he knows it, right? The main people you are seeing are probably the Aisha Yusufu and some of other ones. I understand why those ones are actually with him. They are going to do some fundraising and everything. They will still manage the accounts, nothing to if you ask them to come and make
with Dixon in NDC, there's going to be problem.
so it's just like that, right? Because personally, I do not probably see, because if you are telling me, if you ask me what kind of ticket to give Tinubu run for his money, it's probably an Atiku and Obi being vice. If the two of them had been on the ticket, I'm telling you, Tinubu has to run. Tinubu has to do more work. But I do not even know how, Obi feels that, he has the followership. Because, sometimes when you're cooking, you still need to have a feel of the smell of what you're cooking. But I probably think he doesn't even want to have a smell of it. Because for him to have probably because he needs to, number one, as a politician, he needs to be strategic. Understand your base. Because the way it is now, I don't know, probably he monitors a lot of things on social media. He has lost a lot. He has shared a lot.
All right, Larry, give us about 3 more minutes. We'll move it around quickly and then we open it up.
Even in that southeast, you're now beginning to see people that initially never even, contested. People like all these boys, all these guys in southeast, all of them are contesting now. And the governors in Southeast is not going to be the same thing, because they also want to show results, because they are also looking towards 2031. So everybody is going to show results. What did you achieve? What did you do? So as far as I'm concerned, I know people that are obedient can still, but I think Tinubu has a better chance than before with what I'm seeing in 2027. Yeah, thank you, Oman. Let me stop here.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Larry. Still more things to hear from you from, but we move it around quickly. Come back to you, Larry. We go from you to Baba. From Baba, we'll go to Tunaija. Apologies to Zita and Patoski, but we've not heard from Tunaija.
What about Bishop?
Bishop just dropped. Hopefully, when he comes back, then yeah. But Baba, floor is yours.
Okay, let me start from Oyo State. I can understand Makinde's position. He's fighting for his political life and at the same time his freedom. Because come June, first week, he's not going to escape to anywhere. Nowhere. Straight to EFCC he goes. Straight to EFCC he goes. But all this bravura spirit is showing on the platform and jumping up and down. He's just trying to give himself what I think is Dutch courage. At the end of the day, is just displaying, because He said they have forming an alliance with APM. That's not an alliance. You are defecting. You are defecting to APM because there is absence of PDP wind sail behind you. Wiki owns PDP, the other half that is recognized by INEC. So if you are going there, what happened to the registration? Because it closed on Monday and you declare on Saturday. So when did you register with APM? And what's APM constitution talking about people coming in to get a ticket or to contest? You see, most of these people will be buried in litigation. They will lose their seat even if they won. They are not thinking because they are awash with money. Since 2023, they just don't care. They are spending like drunken sailor. The only advice I have for Ashwaju is he has to be very careful, particularly the Oyo State Guba. He should allow them to primary. He should allow them to primary. Let them satisfy themselves. Because too many egos there. Sharafaddin Ali, the so-called consensus candidate, is not consensoring, if I may use that word. This digital language now they use, not consensoring, because Adil Abu is there, and there is Ashani Care, there is Buhari, I think about 5 others. So the only option here, actually, you should not listen to Baba Konde or Baba Oshoba. They are the two driving the candidacy of Sharafaddin, including the Olubadan. But you should just not listen to them so that to steady the boat of that state. Let them all primary. Whoever wins takes the cake. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. They should not cause the party any injury. Because Sheyi Makinde has shown himself to be a black sheep. Because out of the 5 governors last time, including Wike, what do they call them? Something 5. They call them. The only person that is a wet blanket now amongst them is Sheyi Makinde. Umahi is still there. Ugwanyi is now an ambassador. The other guy in Plateau, or is it Benue? I can't remember his name now. And Wike is also a minister. So why out of 5, what is happening to you? They said they gave you 50 million to alleviate the suffering of some people. You denied it and later came back to say it's 30 billion, not 50 billion. And on record, you didn't spend more than 4 billion to the people. You think they will forget? And several other malfeasance he has committed. So I don't pity him. I'm just waiting. I am just counting the dates and the months actually leading to the election so that we can get out of all of this nonsense and let's steady the boat of the nation politically. Coming to the Kwankwaso and Obi ticket, it's a ticket that's not going to fly. Because if you go by Bob D's the narrative this morning when he was reading out the figures for last election, Kwankwaso did abysmally. He did abysmally. In some states, it's just scoring 3,000, 4,000, even in the north. Even in the north, Kwankwaso was just.
Papa, I was actually shocked by its figures from
yeah, I was shocked.
I never knew was that it is
bad. I never knew it was that bad. I never knew it was that bad. So when I look at it, then what is all this galley, as if he has followership outside of Kano? So of what use he is actually to Obi? Because if Atiku is contesting, then it could even be worse for Kwankwaso. But he has no value. Going by his performance in the last
So when
election.
Kwankwanso was a presidential candidate, he couldn't score any votes in the north. Now he's a deputy, he will take the whole.
Now that a lot of his followers, the governor is not in his corner, Ganduje is no more there, Shekarao is no more there, and a host of others. But the only thing I just hope that the NDC itself, the obedience, have to change their tactics. They cannot take control of NDC. It is the sweat of Seriaki Dixon. He's not going to accept nonsense from them. He knows it. He knows their antecedents, and he'll be waiting for them. And I'm looking at the Kwankwasia going by the temperament of a typical Northerner and the obedience. The roads ahead, they are very, very rough. Very rough for NDC. It's not going to be smooth sailing. And of course, you can hear the cacophonous noises coming from the ADC who are so hot. I heard Kenneth today was spitting fire again on, can't remember. Yeah, on channel with Cheyo Kimbaloye. Has even the brazenness to call Kwankwaso and Obi conmen and lampoon them to high heavens. I don't know why they are so pained rather than concentrate on their own activities.
I don't think Tinubu should campaign and let them just cannibalize.
I mean, these are people talking about. A month ago, we were still hearing one party. Tinubu wants to, and now we have about 10 presidential candidates from different parties. Does that look like somebody who had intention of converting Nigeria into a one-party system? They are just full of lies. One morning, one lie. One afternoon, one lie. One evening, one lie. To no end. But people are catching on. Let me just talk briefly about Lagos State, because I always talk about my state. Larry was talking about 60. 60 what? Look, I won't tell you anything about Ogun State. Neither will I tell you anything about Benue State. Let me finish. Let me land, please.
No, the 60 I said, there's a caveat, right? If they do not manage the primaries very well.
For the Guba, yes, for the Obasa is going to House of Rep.
No Guba, particularly the State House of Assembly.
Yeah, I know the compensation. The compensation goes back to the deputy. That was how they killed the what I would call internal insurrection last time. You understand? You leave Lagos matter. The thing is, those aliens, yes, I call them aliens, who we gave graciously allowed to run. If I tell you anything about Lagos, listen to me. Because I told everyone here when the local government election was going to take place, I told them, forget it. For chairmanship, it's going to be 100%. Oh, no, it can't happen. Blah, 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 blah. And before midnight of that same day, it was exactly how what I said will happen. Yesterday, there was a parade of the people they call Agberu of Lagos in Oshodi. It's a show of force. Show of force in advance. Look at us. It is our land. It is our territory.
Baba.
We may carry the same passport, Nigeria.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
That Oshodi that you said.
Yeah.
There's serious division in Oshodi. Serious division.
Larry, you know the buzzword? Datiemo. Datiemo. Tidiba baje. Tony Dilomanda.
Sorry, Baba. What do you mean by division? Are you saying some people are pivoting away from?
No, they are different. So you know, let me.
Are they all for Tinubu, but
no
from different?
So
they are not.
Yeah, no, the thing is this: Sheyi is the one. Sheyi is causing a lot of issues in Oshodi Solo.
Makinde.
Sheyi Tinubu.
Are you aware that Chief Oshoba just passed away?
Oh.
Iro.
I'm just reading it.
My heart flew.
Let me look for that in the news.
Wow.
Breaking news on one man's platform. Let me see.
Wow.
Carry on. Let me check that.
Yeah, as I was saying, Larry, for Lagos, we are under siege. We know that. We are under siege.
Wow.
But we've woken up. Woken up in the sense the numbers are not too good. Ibadan in area is bigger than Lagos.
No, Olusegun.
Hello, is anybody listening? Hello.
Patoski.
We cannot hear you. I think Baba wants to continue. Let me check that. Let Baba carry on.
It's another Olusegun Oshoba, right?
No, it's another person. No, not
all right.
The first
not
and
the governor.
The last name the same, right?
Yeah. This one is from Ijabode.
Okay, let me just check again. That's good news. So.
All right. Carry on, Baba.
Man, because it will be a big loss. Baba has tried anyway. He's gone through all the gamut. Yes, as I was saying, we are under siege. Ibadan, which you look, Ibadan with just 11 local government area, is bigger than Lagos. Yeah, check. The square kilometer, Ibadan city is bigger than Lagos. And Lagos, 1/3 of it is all water. We're under siege. To come to the land to prosper, the land of Ajay Oguguluso, Onisoboji, if you come to prosper, you must respect the land. You must respect the owners of the land. It's not about Nigeria. Because I will not go. As you see me, I don't have 1 inch of a land in anywhere in Nigeria. Anywhere. I don't desire it. I don't want it. I tell my children about
So that vast estate you own in Abuja is under a business.
No, it's my children. It's my children. 2 of them. I told them in the beginning. I don't know what they are having now. I don't. But
I don't believe in that Abuja either.
I've told my children I don't know what presently what they are having or anything. But when they started, like every good child will come and tell the parents.
When Nigeria breaks up, if Nigeria breaks up,
I'm not interested. So what I have, I covet. What I have, I try to preserve. What I have, I try to keep. But somebody to come to the land and start insulting me brazenly, I mean, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Sorry, Baba, 3 more minutes.
Yeah, you can come. No, it's something I've been paying for. So 3 minutes will be okay. It's even the only topic I'm here to say, to emphasize that point. To emphasize that point. The guy in Lekki Ata was there in the beginning, going against the coastal highway, the Lagos Calabar one, and siding with an hotelier. You do not appreciate wherever you come from as Ata. Is there a Yoruba man or a Lagosian holding even ordinarily an assembly seat in the state you come from? Or you the one in Oshudi saying that the Yorubas are not qualified, so that's why you have to pick 24 of your people out of 27 or 28? Yorubas are not qualified. Fine, no problem. Shame on your father, Ngo Okoro, wherever you be. You understand? We'll teach you guys a big lesson. Come next election, the local government is tied down. The next election, no non-indigene of Lagos will take 1 inch of the land. I promise you guys that one. Bastard. Thank you, one man.
All right. Don't go after Baba because Baba will come back for you. It's just as
One
simple
man,
as yes.
let me say something. No, I'm not coming after Baba. But I know Baba is
Well,
upset because
Baba will come back
Baba,
for you also.
Baba is upset because of the latest news. Oh my God, Madam Zita, you know she likes to say, you guys say I'm a witch. Oh, Madam Zita, what are you using? You are so right. Shea Makinde will literally reduce Tinubu's votes, like for real. I mean,
Where will
what?
he do that? Where?
I mean, Oyo State is gone. We just have to do Lagos is gone, Oyo is gone. How many more states in the Southwest do
Gone where?
Tinubu has? One man, it will happen in just a year.
Have they gone on holidays to the Maldives?
It will happen. Your crocodile eyes, you see it. Just wait and see. Madam Zita, you are right. I held thee. Oh my goodness. Madam Zita said it that if Tinubu was to lose the presidency, it will be from the Southwest, not from any other region.
Chama, do you know what Odonde means in Yoruba language?
Yes.
It's a metal brass portal. So in Yoruba language, we say Odonde kon fire. You know, I don't tell Odonde. You can bend it, but you cannot break it. I'm agree now. Yeah, possible. But
it's happening. It's happening. I mean, one minute we can just watch you laugh. It's happening. But why can't you just acknowledge that Madam Zita was right?
I don't tell Odonde.
But one man,
not right now.
She's right. I mean, it's happening.
What's happening? Nothing is happening.
I'm voting for Shea Makinde. I mean, how can I say a young, good-looking, intelligent, agile man and vote for Tinubu? No, I'll vote for Shea.
Yes, you'll be one of the 3 people that will. You will be just one of the 3 people that will. You know.
That's all I need. That's my submission for tonight. I'll be hanging around.
Thank you, Choma. Bishop, did you want to chime in before we move the mic?
No, you were moving the mic to me. I said I will speak after Baba now. What are you changing again?
All right. We were going to go to Tunaija actually because it's not been here for a while.
Baba, you're not supposed to.
No, guy, please. You can't keep doing that. How many times now, Patrick? You can't just rush in and start attacking people. Just 2 minutes. Every day we have the same conversation. Let's go with you. Tunaija will come to you after Bishop. Yeah, Bishop, floor is yours.
Yes. Prime Minister. Good evening once again. I just want to take over from where Baba stopped. The Lagos issue. Like I said, I've said severally, 2023 was an eye-opener. There's one writer that said, a popular writer, he said, we left our pots unwashed. Our soup now burns, but now the scales have fallen off our eyes. We can see clearly now. Nothing, whatever is going to happen, whatever happened in 2023, 2027 is never going to come near it. And the good thing is that many of the dramatic personnel are already seeing they are reading the handwriting clearly on the wall. I don't know how somebody can be so insensitive to make the kind of, to first of all use his hand to post what that also the solo guy posted, and use his hand to now, you know, when he was supposed to be doing damage control, he was still, you know, being very insensitive. Now he went on television again and spewed those trash that he was spewing, and that really enraged. Many thought that maybe 3-4 years is a long time. Many would have forgotten some of those nonsense shenanigans, you know, that they pulled then. But they double down, and we are going to see. There is a saying in Yoruba land, only be lokoni, one man can't help people to interpret that one. But quite honestly,
hold on, Bishop. That proverb is best said by this clip.
Thank you. So many have said their mind, but I can assure you, what they are even saying outside is less than 10% of what people are preparing to. Because one man says something, not one man, not your own woman, no, a certain gentleman, I'm trying to remember his name, one of the elders in Lagos. He said their leader, referring to Tinubu, that was very cross with them. How did they do it? That's, but now they are ready, they are going to do whatever to rectify and redeem their images, their battered images. When Wike was doing something about APC, who is leader and leader, and this secretary, what's his name? This Oshuman was putting his mouth, wanted to go on spar with Wike. They had to call him to order. But don't you ever imagine, you guys lost Oshun, you lost Lagos. Imagine that Wike had not put in everything to win River State. That means the talking point will be that Wike, Peter Obi won more states than Tinubu. So if you are going to pick on anyone, don't. And immediately they cautioned him seriously. Don't go all out for Wike. Whatever he said was his opinion. You don't have to learn more in this matter, because you guys really disappointed. You could not hold Oshu down to the extent that Atiku won. People could not hold Lagos, and you want to now be talking to somebody that delivered his own state. How dare you? So it really matters a lot. And the battle line, I mean, like I said earlier, the Rubicon have been crossed and the battle line have been drawn. So whatever anybody is thinking they are going to pull in Lagos, I think they should perish that thought. Having said that, Kwankwaso and Obi, I listened to Peter Obi's interview with Kaudi Akitebe today. I won't say I was disappointed because I wasn't really expecting anything more. It only portrays the fact that Peter Obi is who I have always said he is, completely. I don't know how the class. I hope that I pray and really hope that this is the last time somebody of Obi's caliber will aspire to become the president of Nigeria, because it's a state on our collective intelligence. Because he spent about 1 hour with Kayode Akintabi and there was nothing of substance. I listened to him. I listened to Kenneth Okonkwo, even though I've not been listening to him for a long time. I listened to the interview of Kenneth Okonkwo. Now, the best time they will have pulled this off was in 2023. And it would have been the alignment of Peter Obi with Kwankwaso, with Atiku. Now, they missed that opportunity. They had the opportunity earlier this year when they started. I said, okay, they are going to put up a fight, even though it's not going to be easier than it was, because the establishment in APC was very much against Tinubu in 2023. So there was a worse opposition from within. That would have been a better time, but not now. Even if they come together now, they will still do it. Now, going all their ways, everybody is throwing their hearts into the ring.
Can I come in?
You cannot come in. I'm talking. How can you come in when somebody is talking? The number one thing is that the idea, this argument of one party state has died a natural death. Now, almost 5 or 6 presidential candidates, front line, leading president, not just Moshu, leading presidential candidates have emerged. What are they going to be able to put up? Are they going to put up any real show? I don't think so. By the time we begin to segment and analyze state by state, the chances, like I said to one man about a week or 2 ago, when he said that Tinubu will not win any state in the north, blah, 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 I said, no, I disagree with you entirely. And for people that think that Seyi Makinde is going to cause any damage, I laugh, because if I don't even, I will deal with Seyi Makinde in the proper way. I don't think Seyi Makinde will do anything. Even if he gets the ticket, everybody will know that it's just there. I don't even think he has the capability or the capacity to be a spoiler in this election. Now, the beautiful thing is the good thing, or I say the good thing there is this. The accusations, yes, some of them are still mentioned in the book. Everybody is seeing the fact that the accusation, the election was rigged, the 2020 something, the election was rigged, blah, blah, blah. I told someone, I said, look, with the kind of opposition that the establishment, people within the Kapa, that they wanted. Nobody has been able to come out. Even people that were within, they are now turned against Tinubu. You have been able to come up with some evidence that, okay, this is what we did to compromise the security. This is what we did to compromise the empire. This is what we did to do this. This is what we did. They threw every obstacle along his path, and he survived. I can't see any obstacle that anybody is throwing now, except for the insecurity. And the insecurity, honestly, I think the security agencies are getting the wrong hand. Except they want to use propaganda of, oh, they are killing our civilians. They've tried it a couple of times and it has failed. But there's another one they are saying now, is it Disaster one or what is it? That they are saying they killed over 100 people, United Nations, blah, 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 Amnesty International, and except they throw those ones. And it's not going to benefit anybody, whether in the long run or in the short term or in the long term. It's never. But if the elections were to happen today, I can tell anybody for free that Tinubu is coasting to victory. So the internal contestations that is going on in Lagos, I listened to Gbajabi Amila today. Somewhere in me, I was a little bit disappointed, but I heard what he said about Desmond Elliot. I wish that he had handled it better with it, but I think he tried, because he calling
3 more minutes, Bishop. 3 more minutes.
He calling Desmond Elliot, and telling him go and make a public statement and retract. So a leader knows what he sees. I mean, there's this saying that what a leader sees sitting on the motor, even a young man, when that is on the top of the tallest Iroko tree, we don't see. So the president and the leadership of the party know what he was saying. The only thing, the least he could have done, or the best he could have done, is just to defer to the leadership of Femi Gbajabiamila. I mean, if a whole Femi Gbajabiamila, chief of staff, former number 4 citizen, will pick his phone and call you and give you certain instructions, and you are going there, you are playing. I think he's just by his own hand buried his political what is it now? Political journey. I think he just ended his political journey there. So the best he can do now, if I just withdraw your form and just go and find a way you can reconcile yourself. Maybe Gbajabiamila will forgive you and take you to Abuja as one of the whatever, so that you can contribute to your quota. But you cannot, there is no way you can pull any string against, you cannot even standing against I don't know what the arrangement is going to be. The constitutions are good. That's why it is politics. There must be, some people will battle. Everybody come and prove what you can do. Come and show us what you have done and prove to us what you can do. So I don't think the constitutions are bad in the recess of the world. People that are saying, no, it is a position, it is this. Yeah, we'll find a way to manage. If we cannot get a consensus, all of you go and vote now. And people that insist that we must vote, by the time the reconciliation time, it will have been over. By that, you insisted that you are not going to listen to them. So if you want to win, but if the leadership have said this is the one we are supporting, and you insist on going, I think you are just going to apart from wasting your money, you are going to just bury your political career by yourself, by your hand. So a lot is happening, and things are happening very fast. But I can assure you, the election is going to be, for Tinubu, is going to be far better than what it was in 2023. And to say Tinubu will win with a landslide is just stating it mildly. I think it's going to be a massacre, but it's not going to be a bloodbath because nobody will die. But people will definitely, everybody will be caught to their size. Thank you, Woman.
All right, thank you. So that's the excellent guy. Enough about this now. That's the excellent Bishop. All right, just 1 minute, and then we'll go on to Niger. Yeah, Patrick. Just 1 minute, because there are people here ahead of you.
One man, did you call me today?
No, I've not called you, but I wanted to get to Niger, Zita, because he has not been on the platform for a while. So I just wanted him to document a thought, but Patrick keeps pushing. Patrick.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My brother, my sister, you see this election 2027 is done and dusted.
All right.
Won that election.
All right, thank you. So let's just go on to Niger. So
let me
just go away, my guy. You just you're too much sometimes for me, man. It's just difficult. So after 21 days of fasting and prayers, Tunaja is back. Tunaja, floor is yours. Give us 5-7 minutes, and then we come to Zeta. This guy, man.
Thank you, one man. Greetings and thank you for having me.
Why do you sound so distant? You sound distant, and
do I sound distant? I
yeah.
thought I was close, so I thought I was close. Sometimes this my mic these days has been experiencing some difficulties, so I don't know.
Made in China,
yeah, I don't know what's happening to it.
All right,
so
floor is yours.
yeah, greetings to all the panelists and the chat and to the viewers. I think some of the things I've had today is why I think the elders in Nigeria should be ruled out of politics. Maybe all these people should not be running because the problem we face is that if they are set in their ways.
Sorry, tonight we would need slightly more volume. You know how we delight in hearing you. Yeah, it's quite distant.
I didn't know it was. Okay, let me confirm what is going on here. It doesn't. It looks loud from every angle.
All right, carry on. We can make you out, but not to the. Yeah, not to the quality we're used to hearing from you. But carry on.
Yeah, I will try to speak louder. So yeah, the reason why I didn't want elders in the political system is because they are set in their ways, and they are not. Open to change. Young people, even if they are indoctrinated with the same kind of culture and mentality, they are more likely to change their ways. And because of the stuff we've had regarding Lagos and all this stuff, it's not helpful for a nation. And it is true, if you own an area, you have a right to say, you know what, I want certain people there. I want space. You can do all those things, but you have to do them in a legal and a sensible, civilized manner instead of doing it from the point of view of animosity. You see what I mean? So, and these type of old ways of thinking is what is going to lead us to a very, very dark path because it has done that before. This is our attitude. When Kosoko and Akitoye was having their tiff in Lagos, is that not what they brought? One of them went and brought the British in, helped the British to defeat his own this thing. This type of rivalries, it doesn't get us anywhere. And if it works, I would have said, okay, fine. But it doesn't work. What kind of mentality is that? We can't even move away from something that doesn't work. It damages your own culture. It damages your own people's prospects. You don't even see that. But let me move on from that. And
no, stay there. Don't move on. Conclude. Then I can counter.
No, because anybody that thinks being tribal and being animals, fighting each other within a country like Nigeria is going to get you anywhere, think again. You are actually damaging your own culture by doing that. Because
who starts it? Who starts it? Why? Wait.
It's not about
in the words of Goebel, accuse the order of that which you are guilty of. Who started it? Why should you start to behave as if
allow me to finish,
doesn't really matter?
Allow me to talk.
Who are you? Are you the moderator? I'm challenging him upon the point he's making.
I'm a god.
Carry on to Nigeria, please.
Yeah, so that is my original point because I feel like if you are being this tribalistic behavior and everybody wants to hold on to their own works, I would have said okay, fine. But clearly,
I'm responding to something, to issue, a burning issue. Don't you hear? Don't you know? Why are you pretending you don't know what's happening?
I know some of the stuff that is going on in Nigeria. I also know that we Africans, we are very, very good at conditioned to see our differences the most. When in reality, is our similarities is going to be our salvation, whether we like it or not. We can run and hide from it. We already have it here. That's why we are all here on this panel. We are all not from the same ethnic group, are we? But we are on this panel, but we deny that identity. And if you keep denying it, you're just going to, it's like somebody, having a certain title and pretending as if they don't have the title. You are what you are. When people see you, that's what they see. You can pretend, run from it, hide from it, and if you don't tap into that identity that you have to elevate yourself, don't be surprised other people that are actually doing it go on to colonize you and enslave you tomorrow again. Don't be surprised.
That's what your people are trying to do. And that's why we are resisting.
I don't know which people you are talking about. You see,
your people. If you are not from the southwest, you are from the southeast. Simple. You can keep on denying your ethnicity, I won't deny mine.
Hold on now. You have it now. Didn't you have it when you brought the British here before? So let's see. My point is that if you love your culture so much, that is not the attitude to save it. You are damaging it
I
because the
love my
Scottish are not
land.
crying about it. Let me
I will
finish
not
what I'm
look.
saying.
I
Let
will
me
not
finish what I'm
pretend
saying.
anymore. The mask
Let me
has
finish what I'm
fallen.
saying.
The veil has fallen from everybody's eyes. You are
Let me
jingoist. You are
finish what I'm
bigot.
saying.
I'm bigot. I am a jingoist. So let's go at it. It's as
I'm
simple as
not
that.
like you. I'm not like you.
You
Definitely, I'm not
are,
like you.
but you are
No, if I'm
pretentious.
like
I
you,
am not
then I might
pretentious
as well I
about
might as
it,
well
but you
depart
are
this place.
pretentious, and that's why
I'm
shame on you
definitely
because you are not
antithetical to
proud of
what you
your color.
represent.
He
I'm
who
not
is
like
that is
you.
not proud of his color is not fit to live.
Let me
You
see.
don't. You are not fit to live because you are not
I
even
didn't
coming up with
interrupt
your
you. I
full
didn't
chest to
interrupt
claim
you.
your
You are
ethnicity.
you're
You
able to
hide under
speak.
the
I didn't
pretense
interrupt you.
that you are one Nigeria. One Nigeria, my foot.
All right. To Niger, you have 4 more minutes. Do you want to give us your take on the? Yes, 4 more. Yeah, it's
You
still a
kept
sizable amount
interrupting
of
me. You
time.
won't let me talk.
But do you want to, if you want to, speak to the headline, which is Obi Kwakwanso for 2027, but the real play is Kwakwanso Obi for 2031, because a lot of people actually feel that Kwankwanso is playing a long game with Obi and the obedient movement on the understanding that nothing happens in 2027, but he would have gained the currency of that place, that when power is about to transit to the north in 2031, it will knock on Obi's door to cash in his chips. So do you have any sense that that might be Kwakwanso's play?
If that is his play, so be it. It doesn't matter in the end because politics shapes itself when based on how history unfolds, and people are overthinking stuff. Really, I think Kwakwaso didn't necessarily believe in Peter Obi in the last round, but with Peter Obi having 6 million votes, he cannot resist. Who else is he going to go to? And Peter Obi has a level of credibility similar. In short, his supporters, supporters of Peter Obi and the supporters of Kwakwa also have similar energy. They are very dedicated supporters, and they could mean something. However, I still think they still require Atiku's support. And Atiku seems to be a spoiler, and some people are even accusing him of working for Tinubu because of the way he acts. Some of his antics doesn't appear as if he truly wants to rule, because he was the one that oversaw the division of PDP before, and now he's ensured that ADC doesn't make any progress. He knows he's not going to win. There is no permutation that gives him that ticket, that this in the winning this is. So what is he playing at? Because clearly Kwakwaso is going to take
Article
some.
you mean? Article you mean?
Yes, Atiku.
But
Yes, Atiku stands no chance.
Article is the strongest opposition to Tinubu now. Article will come second.
Whether he comes
You know?
second or not, I don't think he's going to come second this time. It's not with P2B and Kwakwaso there. He's not going
No,
to come
no,
second.
no.
See,
Sorry, Tunaja. Kwankwaso offers Obi nothing because we were looking through figures the last time, and Obi actually scored significantly more than Kwankwaso in most of the northern states outside of Kano, and we were shocked when we went to Sokoto that Kwankwaso couldn't even garner 2,000 votes in Sokoto, the heartland of the north. And that repeats all the way through all of the northern states. And that was when he was the front runner on a ticket. So Kwakwaso offers will be nothing outside of the name, nothing electorally based on
I don't know
antecedents.
about Sokoto being the heartland of the north. It's like saying that Ekiti is the heartland of the
That's the
southwest.
spiritual hub now. That's where the Sultan is now. Is
So
that not
it's
where the
Ileife
Sultan
now.
is?
So it's Ileife, the heart of this thing,
Yeah,
the
Ilefe
southwest.
is the
You don't see
heartland of
easy.
the heartland
Yeah.
of the southwest now,
But
Ilefe, of
when you
course.
say southwest, it's Lagos is where the real numbers politically. That's where the real numbers are,
Yes, and
and
Kano is where the numbers are in the north, but
exactly.
the heartbeat of the north is Sokoto, just like Ife is the heartbeat of Yoruba land.
Ideologically, yes.
Yeah.
Ideologically, yes. But politically, the numbers in Sokoto might matter. If P2B can hold on to the number he had before and couple it with that of Kwankwaso, and you can see the damage they could do. I don't see
That
because
gives
of
them
that. I don't
7
even see
million votes. Kwankwaso got 900,000 in the last cycle. Obi got 6
exactly.
million.
So
That gives them 7 million votes.
true, and Tinubu is even more exposed now because he has actually governed. And if people don't feel happy about him, then that could be a problem too. There's also Atiku that is not as popular as he used to be before. I think every single time Atiku is running, he's becoming less, let's say, relevant. The last time he ran, he damaged a whole party. Now he comes to run again. I don't think he's going to get even. Okay, if he's lucky, he gets half of the vote that he got before. Mostly it's going to be in the north.
But the same
This is
arguments
why
apply to Obi now.
there is some truth there.
You know, Obi was
didn't
an
split the party.
SPV in the last cycle. A lot of special interest packed under his name. NSAS, Muslim, all of these are anti-Buhari and all of that. Those numbers are nothing. We have to speak to the reality. To Niger now, you are in the game as much as
I
anyone
see
else now.
all those things may be true, but you see, Obi and Kwankwaso support is different from that of Atiku. Atiku is more of political machine and stuff, that kind of support. But the kind of support Obi has and the type of support Kwankwaso has is based on passion, belief, and a strong affiliation towards their person, not even the party, their person. So, and Atiku is not
Do you know
necessarily
that?
like that.
Sorry, Tunaja, I know you're in your flow, but sometimes we can be conversational. Do you know that a lot of Peter Obi's vote, a good 40, if not 50%, they were anti-votes, ANTI. So they were votes against something rather than for Peter Obi. That's what the abundance. They were anti-votes now.
How
They are
come you
very,
are
very.
speaking what I used to speak? That's wrong English. I thought I
I'm,
used
I'm,
to say this thing in this platform, and you people will abuse the living
I'm
devil out
learning
of
from
me.
you now. I'm learning from you, Zita.
You can argue that most elections are based on some element of anti-vote, depending on who is voting. However, I still think that if they go into the election like this, ADC standing on their own, NDC going on their own, PDB, I think the odds are that the current administration will carry on again. Except, of course, the Americans decide to tip the scales because I feel like the President Trump in the White House may not be too keen on, Muslim ticket. Except Tinubu may decide to go and get a Christian pastor as his vice president. Maybe that's the thing he's going to do to appease this in Trump. So there is that aspect of it that could tilt the election in a different direction that most people anticipate today, even if without this in Atiku's endorsement, these two candidates, because they are quite electrifying, they could capture the moment, and before you know it, Jagaban will be packing his load out of Aso Rock. So the politics is a very, very fickle thing. It can change very rapidly, and these two candidates, they are slippery. You have to be careful. Tinubu has to be careful with them, because especially if they link up with the establishment in the Western world, then you could see a kind of, because there's something going on in Washington right now whereby this Christian genocide thing is going on, and some of them are even talking about breaking up the country. So there is a lot of machines going on around that we have to watch out for during these election cycles. We don't know what the terrorism this index is going to show up during the election, what they are going to do. So there are so many unknowns that we have to be careful about. But I still think that the probabilities are there that this government is going to carry on in office without Atiku's endorsement of this P2B and this in Kwankwaso's ticket, because that's just splitting the vote the way it was before again. And the only addition
All right,
is
let me ask you a question tonight, and then from there we have to move it around a little bit. If Atiku is not president, who do you think is likely to want to be president, Obi or Tinubu?
I don't understand that. If Atiku is not president, but Tinubu is president.
No, if Atiku doesn't win the next cycle of elections, then who do you think Atiku would rather be president in 2027? Who would you think he would want to be announced if it wasn't him?
I think he would prefer this in what's his name, Tinubu, the way he's behaving now. His behavior is not somebody that doesn't want Tinubu in office. He did that the last time, and I was saying it here. I said the way this man is behaving, he didn't. I used the term. He didn't even fire his security guard to just please Wike to bring the party together. He didn't do one thing. The guy was just making sure PDP is divided. And PDP went on to win 67% of the vote. Why would you do that? Why would anybody do that? It doesn't make sense. And now he's gone on to ADC again and done the same thing again. The guy, I don't know. People keep saying it's his own ambition. But this type of, it doesn't make sense. This is not ambition. This is sabotage. He's sabotaging him. He knows he's not going to win. But he's sabotaging everyone else from uniting. He could easily say, you know what, I will endorse these guys. Let them go on and extract concessions from them. But no, he won't do that. Because for some reason, he seems to prefer Tinubu in office. That's my own opinion. And I think people are beginning to come around to that now, because I can see a lot of Nigerian channels going on and say Atiku is working for Tinubu. His behavior doesn't sound like somebody that wants P2B in office. I don't know what arrangement he has with Tinubu. As a matter of fact, he even bragged about it once that if he wants to have a minister fired, all he has to do is call Tinubu and the minister
do you know Umaru Yadua? Not Umaru, Shehu Yadua. You know Shehu Yadua under the Obasanjo military administration.
Yeah.
Yes, he had a political school, and some of the people that evolved out of that school were Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu, etc. So their politics has been aligning. I think once or twice, Tinubu has offered his vehicle for Atiku to run. So Atiku, he doesn't give an FUCK about Peter Obi. It's the expediency of Obi that is after. Not he has no faith. Why would Atiku rate somebody like Peter Obi? To Atiku, Peter Obi should be his driver or something, or his chef.
Come on.
No, now you know the thinking now. Atiku is an oligarchical, patriarchal sort of a northern hegemonic, whatever it is they do up there. They don't rate people like Obi now. You know that now. Kwankwaso doesn't rate him.
You may be right there, but he did have P2B as a running mate once. So for me,
yes, because of the expediency, not because he rates him now. Listen to this.
Kwankwaso to withdraw for Labour Party. You should go and look at my credentials, my brother. I am a PhD holder in civil engineering, and check your candidate, what he has. I have been in the system for over 30 years now. I have been a civil servant for 17 years. I wasn't a trader. Civil servant for 17 years. I was Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps in 1992. I was in the Constitutional Conference elected delegate. I was Governor of Kano State for 8 years. And so on and so I was in the Senate, and so on and so forth. So when we sat down, what I told them is what I will tell you.
Okay.
If anybody wants to Kwankwaso to withdraw, let's bring criteria and select the best. Anytime I have any better candidate, I'm ready to talk to him. Thank you.
You see, it could barely contain his contempt and his disdain. You know, it's just, you could hear the irritation now. These people don't rate people like Peter Obi now. They don't.
Come on.
Okay.
All I hear
All right.
was somebody that didn't think Peter Obi was worthy of, like most people did, they didn't think he was going to win that much vote. And that is why he has changed his tone now. See, based on what he said, there is a kind of indictment, really. You have been in the system. What have we gotten out of it? And see, personally, the way I look at it is that if Atiku doesn't endorse this ticket, then they are likely to lose. But if Atiku does, then Tinubu is in big trouble. Coupled with the way Washington is feeling towards.
What does endorsement mean? That Atiku steps down. Is that what endorsement means?
He steps down and lends his support to them. Yeah, that's what it means.
All right.
If he steps down and lends his support to them, then it means the 60-something% will have to fight to maintain that vote. I don't think they are going to get 60-something%.
Sorry, Tunaija. Sorry, Tunaija. Look out of the window where you are. Can you see that pig flying? Can you
Look
see
at
the
that!
pig
Look at
flying?
that! Look at
Look
that!
at it.
You want to start now? See, I don't know, man. If maybe Atiku is working for Tinubu, maybe that's why he's doing what he's doing. Because nobody can convince me otherwise that this man doesn't know what he's doing. He's just there to sabotage anybody else that's going to get in the way of Tinubu. Maybe that is the genius of Tinubu. Then, if you want to look at it from that point of view, if you because everything else people say Tinubu is genius, I don't see that. Except of course, he is the one ensuring that Atiku is doing what Atiku is doing now. Because what Atiku is doing doesn't make sense. It looks like somebody, those creatures that an insect will burrow their larva in their head and cause them to go and get themselves consumed. That's how Atiku seems to be behaving. It's almost as if Tinubu has, planted something in him, and he is just there sabotaging every other person that is about to defeat Tinubu from office. That is the only way. Either Tinubu did that, or they already reached a bargain and said this is how it's going to be. And he keeps pretending as if he's running for office, knowing that he's not going to win. Except he himself is delusional. I'm not going to put it beyond Atiku to be delusional, because some of the comments he has made in the past, it seems like he's quite, the way he talks politically seems very naive. At the same time, maybe you are right, one man, when you said he's like an oligarchic kind of politician that believes in powerhouses and power individuals, and that is how he sees it. He doesn't care what he says. He just they strikes a bargain and hopes that he makes it into office. But right now, all he has been doing is working for Tinubu. That's all. And people keep saying that it's Obi that is working for Tinubu. No, Obi stands a chance of coming in and dislodging the administration of Tinubu.
I was going to move on from you, but tonight it's very difficult to move away from you sometimes. When they say Obi is working for Tinubu, if you look at how politics permutate, it's very difficult to, Obi gave Tinubu his presidency, and Obi is about to give him a second term again. So what do I mean? Obi pivoting from the ADC, it takes away at least 3 million votes away from Atiku, who is already struggling for votes anyway. So it tells you Atiku is not going to be president, and Obi doesn't have the strength to be president. So Obi moving away from the ADC, it removes any chance of that election being anything competitive.
It won't be competitive because Atiku has already ensured it. One, Atiku wanted to run in an election where a northerner was already president. If you look at it politically, he shouldn't even be in the race. You should have allowed Obi to run. For somebody that had Obi as a running mate, I'm shocked that he didn't even make he should be the one helping P2B win the ticket, given that a northerner just left office. A northerner and a Fulani just left office. He didn't even do that. Instead he went there, won the ticket, and ensured the party was split in 4 ways. And not only that, he didn't stop there. He didn't do anything to bring the party together. Like, you can't even make it up. And this is why when people say they rigged the last election, it's harder to make a case to any international or any rational person that you have two major opposing parties in the country, like the Republican Democratic Party in America and Labour and Conservative in the UK. In the case of Nigeria, it's PDP and APC. But PDP went and split in 4 ways. How can you expect to win the election? In normal political cycles, you are supposed to lose. If a party split 4 ways, that party is supposed to lose against a party that is also a major party that normally wins almost 50% of the vote, and they are a governing party, and they didn't split. You can't even make it up. So you don't need to argue that they even rigged the election. You can argue that the sabotage on the other side of the party is where the problem really happened. That is my own argument, and this is why I've been pointing at that Atiku and his antics since the last time. I was like, this guy didn't.
All right, bring it on tonight. We must move on. Other people.
So yeah. We're gonna move on. Let me just comment something about the NMPC issue. I don't know what any of you have heard.
Just in a minute. Just condense it into 1 minute. Carry on.
Yes, the government went back begging Dangote now to go and they want more stake in NMPC. You see, this is something I was complaining about the other day. That why did they divest from NMPC? This is Dangote refinery. When Nigeria had the opportunity to get 20%, they didn't take it up. This government didn't take it up, and now they are going to beg Dangote, and Dangote rejected it. Can you imagine that now? Dangote now wants to give Nigerians the IPO because you know what he said the biggest threat to his government is? Basically, Nigeria is the biggest threat to his business. I mean, When they ask him, he says government regulation and potential conflict in the country are the biggest threat to his dream, and not only his own dream, to the African dream, because this guy is looking to build refineries in other parts of Africa. You see what our own people are doing to ourselves. Either we fight each other or our government destroy the business. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
On point of correction, please. It's not this government that divests from Dangote refinery. This government came in, we all believing that we had 20%. That was about $4 billion investment. It took Dangote between Dangote and Kiari, they did not let us know anything until about 1 year later. Dangote came and spilled the bean and said, we don't have that kind of money with him. That's only 1 billion.
It was this government, all right.
It wasn't this government, please.
They had up to 2024.
Let me finish now. You made your point. Let me make my point. Don't heckle me.
Okay, I can.
It was not this government that invested the so-called 4 billion, and it was the last group managing director. It was Dangote that came out later when he was not getting sufficiency of the 1 million barrel promised him, that he came out and said, no, you don't have that kind of investment in my refinery. We are all surprised, right? Even on this platform.
All right, gentlemen. We've got Zeta still. Talk Now is with us as well. AKO, which is always delightful when it's here. Patoski, of course, the champion. So, gentlemen, let's move it around a bit. All right, we can do that after we've done the rounds. But you can see why we went into fasting and prayers to bring to Nigeria back the excellence. Equal excellence, Zeta, floor is yours. Is it my turn yet?
One man.
Yeah?
What is wrong with your prime minister? If you like send African mosquito bite him.
If you like say time don't day up, I won't be surprised when I wake up tomorrow to hear that he has resigned.
Why is he saying he doesn't want to resign? He doesn't
behave like black man. He won't be enough to be prime minister.
I don't want him to resign because I don't have the stomach for an election. You know, just let him be there for another 2 years. Let's get the Nigerian elections over first before we start to.
No,
Yeah.
He's beaten by African mosquito. He's behaving like an African leader.
I know they always dig in, until they knock on their door. I think if 2 more ministers resign, then they will force his hand, But no, they does quite badly in a by-election. You see, the country is pivoting. To Nigeria is here as well. I'm not quite sure who else is in the UK here, but the country is pivoting quite sharply to the right because the tempo of the world with the Trump thing is very much right-wing, and there's a pivoting to the right. And then we have this party called Reform, who is like a neo-Nazi sort of setup. And they just swept through the last cycle of elections. So what do the traditional parties do? The Conservatives, the Labour Party, they can't latch too sharply to the right. I won't be surprised, actually, if this guy starts to back Trump and start to send warships to Iran just to go a bit more right-wing. It's just a hot mess.
In Europe, a woman, to be honest, the right wing is winning.
Yes,
most of the elections
that's been going on for about 6 years now. If you
Mm.
see some of the rules they are coming up with in this country now around immigration, around citizenship, you know what Kemi Badenoch is proposing? That before somebody becomes a British citizen, they have to have been in the country for about 20 to 30 years. So all of your life would have gone just waiting for a passport. That's what she is proposing now. Say they are all just going to further and further extreme.
You feel that way because you are a foreigner.
I'm not a foreigner. It doesn't
forget it.
It doesn't
Listen to
affect
me.
me. It doesn't affect
The
me.
world is a beautiful place. Every nation have their own beauty. They have their own spirit. So I wouldn't tell anybody to lose their spirit just because I'm in their country. No.
One
It's a
man, check
beautiful
your
place.
words up, please, in terms of that misinformation we have been fed about the Dangote investment.
All right.
Okay, let's go back to Nigeria. We finished the Yabis. Now, one man, what is the topic for today?
Yes, just a whole raft of us. So it's not any heavy hitting something. Sheyi Makinde is threatening to run, but we don't know under what party. The PDP doesn't belong to him, but he has formed this convoluted sort of menage with some random party and tells us that he's going to replace Tinubu. So that's like jokes. And then all the main runners are submitting their forms, Atiku, Amechi, etc. But Abubakar Malami also submitted a form, but he doesn't want to run to be the president. He wants to be the governor of Kebbi State, even though the law is after him. And they're saying Tinubu is holding El Rufai hostage to keep him out of circulation. So there's a veneer of truth to that. But then, of course, there's justifiable reasons to hold El Rufai anyway. Good news, Zita. Nigeria meets 99% of its OPEC crude production, which is just perfectly timed for
They
the
should
price
get out of OPEC.
You know, they should actually. I've always advocated that. You know, maybe that's we have no reason to be there now. We have 200 and something million people to feed on 1.5 million barrels of crude. When we can pump significantly, we should get out of OPEC. I agree with you. And then the main thing that we were discussing is that is the Obi Kwankwanso ticket for 2027, is it a precursor for a Kwankwanso Obi ticket in 2031? And is Kwankwanso playing some sort of long spoon game with the obedient movement to give them a bit of a flour and take the baguette from them?
There is nothing like Obi movement. I've said this and I will continue saying it. Hate me, like me, I don't care. Now, first of all, Kwankwaso Obi tickets, I will start talking about it when they do the primaries and they pick their vice. Then we hold on and start discussing that. As for Atiku, for those, in as much as a woman, let me be very honest. I don't want Atiku to run for this election. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I want the ticket to be Obi and Tinubu. They can pick whosoever they want as their vice. But I think Atiku is very vindictive. If Obi in 2023, when he did not pick Obi as vice, Obi spoiled the vote in the Southeast by going to Labour Party. It will be unfair of me to look at Atiku straight in the eyes and say, endorse somebody or step down for Obi or anything. That's morally wrong for me to say that. He has his own ambition, and his ambition in life is to be the president of Nigeria. I will appeal to him to not to now go in 2031. But even at that, if he wants to run, he should run because he's a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. That being said, now let me place the two of them. One man, Atiku is a household name in Nigeria. Hate him, like him, I don't care. I don't even like him. Wouldn't wish him to be the president of Nigeria, but he is a name. A vote, Atiku gets a vote in his name. Why did I say Atiku gets vote in his name? The name Atiku brings other big wigs around him because of him as a person. Obi is a situational politician. I will keep saying it. A circumstantial politician. In the sense that the vote he gathered is not him, it's the circumstances and the situation. So if those situation and circumstances goes off, he as a person doesn't drag that aura that will bring those kind of people around him to make the way. He tried it in 2023, the circumstantial vote he got. And then people said, why didn't he harness that vote? You cannot harness what you don't have. He tried, he campaigned throughout those situations. For 3 years now, we're in the 4th year, right? Obi has been campaigning from the one. By elections, he has been campaigning and he never won a single seat. Now, the question is, where are the Obis? Because there was no Obis. It's not all about going to internet to vet your anger and abuse people and insult people. If you are a beautiful, what did they call it him again? Remind me, beautiful bride. Wherever you
Yeah,
go,
he's the golden child of Nigerian politics.
Wherever you go, you shine. The gold doesn't dim because it's alone. No, don't say it's not in the ticket. The gold doesn't dim because it's alone. The gold will shine wherever he goes. At least win 1, 2, 3 seats. Do you know what it means for? I keep saying this, but what do I know? I speak a lot of gibberish because the people that know politics are ignoring 6 million votes. Me that do not know politics, I will never ignore 6 million votes. 6 million votes is a lot of votes for any politician to ignore. Okay? And I don't even know what the problem is between Obi with all those big politicians in Nigeria. I don't know what their problem is. Is it that he's saying he must be the president, which, let me shut up my mouth, or that they're saying they will not give him the vice? I don't know what is causing this. But the only thing I will say is that anybody who knows who did the juju for Tinubu should please intro. I'm saying it in a global platform because I have never seen in my whole life where grown-ass men are behaving like babies. I have never. Because this thing they're doing, I have tried to analyze this they are running around. One man is going to be worse than 2023. Trust me. It's going to be worse than 2023 because most people are still believing that those votes will still be shared that way. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't want Atiku to run, but telling Atiku to step down for who exactly? Come on now. A politician that didn't even support him in 2023. Is he who he's going to step down for? It doesn't work that way now. Their party ended in 2023, actually. So I don't see any one man. I don't want Atiku to run. No. I don't want Atiku to run. I don't know about you, but I don't want Atiku to run. But I'm not saying he should step down for anybody.
Atiku running is a landslide for Tinubu anyway. So maybe because I want Tinubu to win. So Atiku running is very, very, Atiku and Obi running separately is very, very important.
I don't really, look, let me tell you, I don't really think.
Come downstairs.
One man. I don't really think, even if 2 of them run on the same ticket, I don't really think. See, one man, the kind of garbage Tinubu that was on Tinubu in 2023, 70% of them are gone. Anybody who watched Tinubu pull out that election and still say Tinubu is not a strong politician, I will be really waiting for that person to tell me what a strong politician look like. Because that 2023 election, 2 weeks to that election, it was chaotic. Buhari was behaving like a madman. He seized money, burnt money, did everything. When the party went on his head, he went to an African country and stayed there and took a little speech and said he's supporting Tinubu. right in another country. And that man pulled that thing was, you look at the result, he managed and struggled to pull that election. Nobody supported him. In fact, at a point, it was as if what is his name? Is it Jaga? What is the INEC man? It was as if the guy.
Jaga at a hero.
At a hero.
3 more minutes, Zita. We go on to AKO.
I don't even have enough. I won't even talk up to 3 minutes. The other guy was not. It was as if he doesn't want to call the result. And that man became president in an empty seat. And now he's sitting there, and somebody said he's not a strong politician. Anyway, woman, I don't have much to say. I am waiting for them to pick their tickets and pick their vice. Then campaign will start. Sure, you said it's the end of this month, right?
Yes, it's this month. Everybody has to come out this month.
Okay, what did Desmond Elliot, what is the wahala I'm hearing? Why don't they want him to run?
But Jabi Amila is after him. He said, you remember when they were jostling for the speakership of Lagos State? They said he was backing the wrong side, and Tinubu called because Desmond Elliot is Jabi Amila's boy. And Tinubu called Gbajabi Amila to say, look, go and settle your boy down. And he still continued to rebel row. So I think Gbajabi Amila is going to see him out.
You see, this kind of, what do you mean? He has fundamental human right to support whosoever he wants to support.
Not in politics. So
listen,
you have to
woman,
the party
actually,
line.
that your Gbajabi, whatever you call him, is the most stupid and hopeless. I don't even know why he stayed there.
Neither do I, actually. He shouldn't be in that post. He should be Fashola.
I wouldn't say somebody who objected him having that seat should be beaten blue-black. Because
no, they said
I wouldn't want him to be there. So should I be beaten blue-black?
No, it's a Remi Tinubu pick. It was the first lady that picked him and, put him in that post.
I beg. Make another person speak. I'm beginning to get myself worked up because of this news.
No, that
Baja what?
It's
useless Baja.
Anyway.
Do nothing Bajamila. When I was rooting for Fashola.
Yes, that's Fashola.
But it's
Zita, you should all remember the role Baja played towards Tinubu's primary. All the people in the
only thing he did was to ask him to shake hands with Oshibajo. That was all.
Hold on now. All the rep in the House of Rep, they were all delegates. All the senators, city senators, they were all delegated by APC rule. Baja did all the legwork in that rep for Tinubu. You should know that.
What the heck are you talking about? Benjamin Amina and Fasholu that was in Lagos and Tinubu lost Lagos. What the heck are you people even talking about?
Now let's look at what is on ground. Baja was a key person in Tinubu getting that ticket. All those northern rep that you saw, some of those northern delegates that voted. If Larry is here, you should please.
Yes,
bring
now
it on
and Palike were the ones that coordinated House of Rep members now.
Yes, now. And you are saying this thing, which Fashola, what is Fashola political influence and strength?
In Surulere, go and ask of Baja in Surulere. Desmond has tried now 3 times. Is he composed to go
now he wants to do 4th term.
Is he not the one that was doing ridiculous water borehole?
Even
after 8 years in rep,
a lot of people in Surulere were against him. It was
giving them plastic kegs
there now. So why is Desmond crying?
See, you guys are not getting my point. My point is, if you have to take that Desmond out or vote him out, I don't really care. But voting him out because of people like Bajami and Mila, whatever you people call him, he's a disgusting, irritating person in Aso Rock.
Madam Zita,
did you get the news?
Before you get
that it was not because of Baja.
No, that's not the point Zita is making. Zita is making the point that Jabi Amila is not fit for purpose anyway for the role that is occupied.
She initially said that don't vote him out because of Jabi Amila. It was
no,
not
she's just using that to No, she
Yes,
wasn't
now
really
that's
interested in
you shouldn't
Desmond.
vote him out because of Bajabi
Madam
Amila.
Zita,
You
She's
said Bajabi
repeating it now.
Amila was the
Woman, you
one
are
that
saying no, that's
arranged.
not just what she said.
Hold on. You said Bajabi Amila is the one that arranged the whole North to support Tinubu, and after
The
arranging the
rep
whole
is
North to
not, don't
support Tinubu, he
misunderstand us.
couldn't. Let me finish. He couldn't arrange the whole Lagos to vote for Tinubu. Una go lie,
The rep
tire.
delegate, don't you listen?
primary, he's talking about
You just do
primary
selective
election now.
hearing. We said primary election, the rep
And he
is
finished
the
the
north.
primaries. He doesn't know that the person who he did primary for will win
So
the
Gbaja
election.
should not do his own work too. Why would you want
Madam
to?
Zita,
Gbaja has done better
if we
than
talk
everybody
about
that you
Surulere
staff.
today,
Can we stop this Baja talk? Because that guy is disgusting.
you
So
started.
people
Not
can
you started.
continue.
Give me another person that you think should be chief of staff.
how is
Fashola
How
now.
is Baja
Fashola
disgusting?
easy.
Which Fashola? What's Fashola's contribution to Tinubu's re-election?
Fashola is more effective, more suited to the role.
No, what's Fashola's contribution to Tinubu's re-election?
What is Gbaja's contribution? Because he
We
told
just
him to
told you
shake
now,
hands
if
with
Tinubu didn't
Osinbajo.
get that ticket, forget about presidency. You are talking about.
You are talking about Fashola. Fashola did well as governor. What did he do as a minister?
Nothing.
He did what he had to do. He had
What
3
is that thing that he
portfolios.
had to do that he did?
What did he do?
What did he do?
He had
He
3 portfolios
constructed
at
a
a
lot
point.
of roads, built a
Which
lot of houses.
Which road? Oh yeah,
Which road?
Which road?
Am I going
that
to
we are
read
now
it off the
building
top of
now.
my?
And Umahi is building now because if Fashola has built so
Is
much
he going to
road,
build all the roads in Nigeria?
which all the
Compare
roads
Fashola
now?
to Mayi now.
Which all the roads?
Fashola is
Fashola
more
has no
disciplined.
political contribution in this last election to Tinubu.
No, we're talking about effectiveness, not political
Which
patronage.
effectiveness?
So what exactly do you need as a chief of staff? What kind of effectiveness are you
to be
talking about?
rigid, to be principled, to be ordered in the way you do things.
Is to do the political legwork for your president.
Gbadabi Amila is an Owambe guy now. That's
The
all
job
he
is
now.
to do political legwork for your president. That's
No,
the
it's
thing.
to be a gatekeeper. That's his real job. Is to be a gatekeeper.
So is he not keeping the gate?
Which gate is
So
he keeping?
all of you are saying,
Did they not caution him at some
let me ask
point?
you a question.
They cautioned him he
Is
was partying
Tinubu-
too much at some point. Gbadabi Amila.
One man,
If it's
let me ask you a
Patu's son,
question.
let Patu carry on, I beg.
One man, let me ask you a question. Is Tinubu performing now based on your assessment?
I think he is. Yes, I think.
So you think that he is not contributing?
What
so
contribution?
You think it's Tinubu that is just making all those things happen?
It's contributing.
You think the office of chief of staff is not contributing seriously?
No, because it's not managing the
okay, because
I never knew that Baja is a superstar. I can't see
all these changes you are seeing them making.
Is a joke now.
Changing general woman.
Does he not have conviction for fraud in
all these changes? All these changes that you see them making, changing General Musa, putting General Farmer Dewa.
One man. Madam Zita is
you
not
think
finished.
Chief of Staff does not have a contribution?
Ask a question.
Okay, ask
Patoski, you're asking unnecessary. Ask too much question, please. It's okay. So, Madam Zita,
it's not a question. That means you're not even following.
Missed, I was just saying you're doing too much. Calm down.
You were watching Netflix while you were watching YouTube. You were not listening. I wasn't asking questions.
So, Madam Zita, what do you think about Shea Mackinday's move?
Oh no, we don't want to go.
Because she's gonna.
No, hold on, just hold on.
My friend.
No, it's not so much that, but there's so many.
No, I was giving her credit earlier, so I just wanted to see her opinion.
All right,
that he's running for presidency.
Yeah, brilliant.
His fundamental right as a citizen of Nigeria. I don't have anything to say about that.
Guys, do you know why I push sometimes? It's because I'm always conscious that there's people on the platform that have been waiting for such a long time. And, it always upsets me if they wait and then they drop without all them documenting there. So when I'm pushing sometimes, it's not that I don't want any particular conversation to take place. It's just that I'm conscious of how long people have been waiting. So we'll be a bit more rigid with the time. We go 5-7 minutes. Patoski to talk now, AKO Patoski, floor is yours.
Woman, thank you. Yeah, I'm just what I even wanted to bring up was I was listening to Kenneth Kwankwaso today with Sheon. I just think that Tinubu's media team should be paying that guy. They are just busy doing all the job for Tinubu. Now it's Kenneth Okoko versus Obedient versus Kenneth Okonkwo. And it looks like they don't have time for Tinubu again. So I will side with Zita and say that the person that did that thing for Tinubu, they should go and give him extra load of money, because Nigeria doesn't have opposition again, not because they are not present, but because the opposition are just campaigning against themselves, bringing their dirty linen outside in public, and it looks like he's not going to win. It's just going to keep increasing and keep increasing. It's very, very, very ridiculous, and it looks like the election is not going to be as interesting as we had in 2023, just because these guys are, instead of facing Tinubu, they are just facing themselves, and it's just unfortunate for them. That's just the truth. So if anybody is supporting Tinubu, just go and relax. I think these guys are wasting their time. That's all for me, woman.
You know, Oshiomhole actually came out, I think earlier on in the week, and he described that the article as the Tinubu's main campaign agent, because they'll be fighting Obi in between them, cannibalizing each other. Tinubu doesn't even have to campaign anymore. That's
exactly.
Yes.
One man,
exactly. Unlike last year, they were all abusing Tinubu.
What's that?
You know, he's Ajatuka the Tagbari in Yoruba.
Look at that. That's from the deep interiors, you know.
Sure, that's
the
what
Babalawo that does the job for Tinubu, he only does a job every 10 years. That's enough, you know. But can't be. All right, brilliant. Excellent.
That's what Yoruba call Ori now. Orini
now. You know, Ayomo Ologun.
Ayomoni. And the other man that wants to force Ayomo, the man has been forcing the Ayomo since, but the Ayomo is not working. Yeah, we could realize.
That Kenneth Okonkwo, that guy is the weapon fashioned against Obi.
Weapon of mass destruction. That's the WMD.
Anybody else to she?
My goodness.
Does his words have effect?
It has.
It's the force of it. You know, there are two things that Kenneth Okonkwo, there are two weapons that he has. He has the power of oratory and eloquence. So that's just a natural gift. You don't want him against you. But what Kenneth Okonkwo actually also has is his attacking Peter Obi. So there are two things. It's from the same ethnic stock, and it was from the same political alignment. So all of those things come together to make him a very potent weapon. Yes. So Patoski, thank you for just. I know you had a lot more to say, but I know you are also conscious of. So let's go on from you to talk now. Talk now, floor is yours. You say don't fall asleep without to talk now. Okay, as we wait for talk now, let's hear from AKO. Who is always a delight anytime it comes up. AKO, Baoni, Kedu, Nakwana, Lafiako, Yayaiki. What's going on? Okay, let's go on from you to...
you shut all the people talking up, and now the people you said
but that's the point that I was making now. They've drifted into some other consciousness just from waiting. Let's hear from Ola then. Whilst we wait for AKO. Did Chioma also drop? All right. Whoever wants to speak. I don't think.
Ola has not spoken.
I called him now. Yeah.
No, but I just joined now. How come I did the screen? You know, I did roll before.
Yes, I saw you with your GoPro or whatever it is that you know.
Yeah, I'm just going to Zita place, but I don't know that Zita don't come out house before I get to that place.
Look at that. You want to a bit of a dick icon with you know that you know there's this starch food that they eat in the south that if really before you know that yellow how can anybody what we used to use starch for? You used to use
it's not that commercial starch. It's very nice.
Oh
It's
God,
very
have you
nice.
eaten it?
Why not? If you've been to Delta, you must eat it now. So severally, with lobster soup, owo soup.
You know, apart from
I don't trust them in the south, you know. All that
No, it's a good
I
You
meal.
don't
say
trust
you
them.
like it. I don't like it too.
I
That
like it
starch,
though.
that yellow starch. Yes.
Mm-hmm. With better crayfish.
you know me, apart from Ekiti food, you know, I just they shop, they go. Anything I see, as long as I see people they shop, they shop. Even if I know the name or I don't know the name, it concern me. As long as the thing they enter woman being's mouth, me I
They
the
all
shop they
eat
go
it.
with that.
Shekiri, Robo, Ijo,
My
Alaba,
adventure
everybody.
doesn't go beyond Amala. When it goes beyond Amala, it's suspicious, you know. If it's
So
not
you eat it
Amala,
with,
it's suspicious.
fresh water by your side, because to cut it, it has to be hot. And to cut it, you have water on your
As
hands,
long
so
as
you
people
just
they
cut
shop
it.
that thing now. So it be like say YouTube they mess people up. Anyway, waiting day now. Tani Babalawo to who is that Babalawo that they do Ajatuka Nitagbari, Kepe Babao. You know, you didn't even say that thing for people to understand in English. You understand? So I will help you add one prayer. Join them. They say Imotu, Imojo, Imo Inini Kindale. You understand? So the thing is, you know, kò sí béèyàn ṣe lè pilẹ̀ ìṣẹ́ irọ́. At the end of the day, irọ́ máa hàn ní ẹgbẹ̀rún irọ́ kò lè jó òótọ́ kan. So simply means that you see everything the way they gathered against Tinubu, you know, because the gathering was never to the benefit of the common people. You understand? The gathering was against what is supposed to be the universal standard. So that is why you are seeing them now.
As in Deuteronomy 7:23.
Okay, Baba, please tell us. So you know me, except I carry Bible for front. Oh yeah, Baba, what does that have to say?
I can't quote it offhand. Well, it's Deuteronomy 7:23.
Okay. Just paraphrase it for us to hear.
It's just like they gather and they will scatter. That's exactly what it's saying.
Okay. Okay. So that's just the way it is. You see, one thing is, you know, me, I like talking about performance. And when we are talking about performance, people want to just sidetrack Tinubu and face the politics of ethnicity, you know, ethnic politics and all those bigotry things. No, it's good. A person like me, I'm a tribal person. I've never hidden it. So, but the thing is this: when you are tribal, you still have room for you to be sincere in whatever you are presenting. So don't be tribal and see white and call it black. That's a matter of these Tinubu things. You understand? Whether you like him, whether you hate him, what you don't want to say and what you don't want to tell yourself is that this man is actually performing. When you look at where he took over the country and the way he's behaving, you know, I used the phrase for that guy like the last time, and people were just jumping up and down. Where myself, I like kiosks like that, so that where we they drag the thing they go. So.
Sorry, Ola. Let me bail out and hand over to you. I thought Choma was here, but she's left. But thankfully you're here. The super chat of the day is Ola Tumboson. So thank you, Boson, for that. Ola, check on Talk Now and AKO intermittently to see if they're ready. They've been here all the way through, but when we called them, they didn't respond. So it'd be very good for them to document their thoughts. So just check on them intermittently.
And Equio has not spoken, so anytime
yes,
he wakes up.
Yes, Ola, Talk Now and AKO especially. So let me move myself out. Bring AY up. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be having 2 sessions again. We will be responding either to Tinubu's outing on the world stage and to assess his performance, or we'll be responding to Obasanjo coming out in a long interview to describe Tinubu as a total categorical failure. Either of those two,
That
or
would be
maybe
better.
Yes, I
Bring
think
Baba
so as well.
OBJ, bring Baba.
Yes, so we have that in the afternoon session. The latter session, of course, the main hub. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Please, everybody, check your devices. Make sure you've clicked on like and you're subscribed. Let me bail out because I'm sure you'll enjoy AY's company more than me. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So talk now if you are there. So I'm ready to yield to you. So and AKO. So anybody that hasn't spoken or anybody that want to speak, please speak up. Otherwise, I run. Okay, if it is AY that want to speak, AY, are you there now? Salam alaikum.
Hey, Allah. Adio,
Yeah.
wa alaikum salam. Alpha.
Yeah.
What
Ah,
are you
we there,
cooking?
we
What
there.
are you cooking this night?
Me,
Baba, greet
Daddy,
you. Greet you, every
What
other person.
don't you know? Haven't you been at the commentariat since?
No,
We're
no.
there from beginning.
I'm just asking Allah himself. What is cooking?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I know what the
you
channel
know,
is cooking.
you know what I'll be cooking is what I'll be cooking now. I've told you how I see the Tinubu, and you know won't agree. So you know we don't drag them. I say I've always told you that I see Tinubu as a developmental economy. So and
You are back again. You are back with
and
that
now
developmental economy. Baba,
you can't change
is
my
Tinubu
opinion.
a developmental
You
economy
need
or
to
no?
forget.
You are back
you
again.
you
Let
cannot
Baba
change.
answer the question.
And anyway, may we talk politics here, whichever. You know, you can't change my mind on that. So that's the way I see, because
Okay.
you see, you see when people are talking of debt, you understand? And the one that Baba Obasanjo is talking, fortunately, Obasanjo is the person I like, but then when it's come to comparison, I want to say the truth. I will never spend because the way I see it is this. Good that he paid our debt, and when he paid that debt, he set us on the right path, and that is why we were even able to attract foreign investors. We're able to have good credit rating, but then he should have used that money to get into more debt for that Nigeria. So when I say to get into more debt, like all this Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway that Tinubu is doing now, all this Lagos Badagry Sokoto, if he has used all those money, because see, infrastructure is a form of investment, because the only difference here now is this: you are not putting that money in the bank, but you are investing in the means of production. So it may be, if you are taking this initiative, you understand, you construct all those roads in such a way that they will be self-financing. You understand? All these Omole, all these Rogue, all these Jaguda from
Exactly. Well,
Malami.
that's my point. That's my vexation. Okay,
Yeah.
you saved the money. What happened to the money down the line? Where is the money today?
Exactly.
Where is it today?
So so it's just because of that kind of saving, that's why we will be having a general that say make multi-billion by say it's a snake farmer, and yet we have not seen it's an anti-venom product anywhere. We've not seen that snake skin, snake skin, where they are using it to make bag or make shoes. You
Bishop.
understand? Or all that led. Okay, want to speak.
Okay, so when you're talking about, how about this one that is most recent? This guy that they said stole 500 billion.
That Jaguda that want to become governor of the state.
That's
No,
incredible.
that's small boy.
From which
The
ministry?
small
Is it not power?
Power.
No, it's power.
Energy something.
Can you imagine that kind of money in that corner?
500 billion.
Jeez.
And that's just the one we've known. No, that means there will probably be more in this Tinubu's government too.
Yeah,
of course. All these
that's some crazy song, eh?
Because if just imagine if Obasanjo has done his PPP in such a way that, okay, take this project, I'm going to give you maybe 25% of it. I will manage it for the next 30 years. Yeah, I think maybe before that 30 years, some people, although I want Agbama pa òwe pé bàbá ẹ má ni mo pa òwe wájú yẹn dáríjì mi ò pé kì í fi ọ̀nà olè hàn mú àparò. So because my intention would have been that if it did something like that, that maybe some people will have lost the skill of robbing the treasury, looting the treasury. But I know that somehow there will still be that residual knowledge, because nobody teaches partridge, or you call it or maybe some people call it guinea fowl, or some people call it whatever you want to call it, that how to steal. So, anybody that want to lead that country today, get as much debt as possible, but make sure that that debt is for developmental purpose. Construct road, construct social infrastructure like hospital, construct schools. Get that debt in such a way that all these rogues that want to go to Abuja, they will not be able to borrow any debt to loot. And you borrow in such a way that all those will be self-financing. You give some kind of incentive, in the sense of, okay, you do the partnership. Maybe you want to take that management to like 30, 40 years, that even if you like be fighting, because when Fashola got to that place, it was his intention to take that Genko disco. It was his intention to take it away, but because of the legal framework there, it was unable. Even though I don't really like the outcome, but if you can use the same framework and bring people that can really do something that we are going to like the outcome, honestly, we shouldn't be leaving money for anybody to loot.
Ola, you've been measuring self-financing. This road self-financing.
Like Lekki Deep Sea, are you going to say it's not self-financing?
Yeah, apart from those few Lekki Deep Sea, are you talking about all the infrastructure or just the road? You are measuring road.
Even Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Highway self-financing.
Yeah, but that's basically it, right? Yeah, I mean, building roads, I think the focus should not be for roads to be self-financing. Roads are necessity that should go across the country. They are necessity, actually. They are very good. Both the roads and
AY, can you ask yourself, why did Obasanjo remove the tolling of those roads as when he came into power?
Honestly,
and this Baba will come tomorrow and be saying as if anyway, he has said he has never. How did he put it? He said he doesn't have any regret in life. Yeah,
don't mind him. He added those the fee. He told like more like tax in petroleum.
Gasoline price. Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably they wanted to loot more. I don't know, man. I think it was a mistake, because you would have a proper way to harness the money that was coming from those
and use it to repair those roads.
Yeah, and use it to repair, use it to expand, use it to build. Because sincerely, I think the problem is, if Nigeria see the money they are paying for roads, for toll or whatever, used judiciously, I don't think they will have problems. You see, today when you pass through even the roads we're talking about, a lot of our interstate roads, most of these roads are supposed to be like 2, 3, 4 lanes. You wonder what they were thinking. You see, it's lack of planning. Okay, 25 years ago, I think Nigeria population was like half of what you have now. So you're supposed to know, less than. So you're supposed to know, in another 25 years, Nigeria population will be here. You have to make a plan for that. Even right now, they are saying Nigeria will be around that many millions by 2050. It's going to be double again, but that is the planning. You have to project, you have to plan. Here, that's what they do. When they want to build a road, they have to think how many cars passing that road per minute. They have to think of the future. But look at now, we are basically stuck. So the roads, the load they are carrying is even too much. You have to also look at that to build road. So you see, the way we do things, we are not even thinking, just more like anyhow. So yeah. If they were thinking they have a master plan,
any government that is coming will look at that master plan. Okay, this is where we are. This is where we are going. But there is no plan. Everybody just come do what they like, and it's just unfortunate. That's why we are here. We are stuck. If last time I passed through, I'm like, this single lane for all this truck, for all these cars, because those roads, they don't have the stress to carry those loads. You have to really calculate. The other thing, if we have a very good trade system, that would have been good, especially mostly all these trucks, the load, you can have cargo train that will move goods, for example, from Kano to Lagos, all those popular destinations.
All those
Kano
cows
pass
all
through,
should come
yeah,
by
all those
train.
cows, tomato, so that our road will be less busy. But I don't know. Sometimes
But
I'm
that's
like,
how we started.
these
Oh.
guys were not thinking. Yeah, I think at some point we just really miss it,
We
because
lost it.
when you look back, you see that Nigeria they were thinking, let's say in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 90s, probably. I think the problem we started deteriorating from those early 90s, probably. Like, I don't know, we really miss it, man. It's a lot of work to do right now. It's a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of work. It's sad, but it's only a place like we did really plan. It's affecting. I think we can still do that fast.
But it's
It's
tough when one man is stealing 500 billion. That's
uh,
half a
if you
trillion. Half a
that,
trillion.
that man you were talking about now, I know somebody that know him very well.
I don't
He's a
think
young boy.
he's under 60. Yeah.
You know what he did? Oh man, Nigeria, there is problem. Last few months ago, he did birthday for his wife. Do you know this guy invited almost all the artists? Two-Face, Flavor, birthday. If you see where they did that birthday, like oh man, I'm like, that is what is actually scary sometimes. When you see the youth behaving, the youth are more, sometimes the thinking is just so bad that they did some dirty job, man. He does not even have experience. It was true, man, no man, they make him DJ of Energy Commission. And I think Tinubu government
He's
have really
just a
put money
DG,
in
not a
Energy Commission.
minister.
No, he's just a DJ of Energy
Jeez.
Commission,
Oh
not a
my God.
minister, not even a state minister.
Ooh.
If you know the Energy Commission, it's just a DG, just a DG.
When DG they still half a trillion.
Yeah.
What about the minister?
So if presidencies are really interested in that case, they are going to collect a lot of money from him, because the other thing is sometimes they have Godfather. EFCC at this point, I don't really trust them. I don't think they are doing their work. The EFCC, the people working there, I don't know of the chairman. They are very corrupt too. So what they do,
that was difficult to, that that share person person from our the village where I go school, and my
the
our
chairman
school person too. Yeah. So that man get integrity.
Yeah, it's possible, but it can't really money. There is a lot of corruption in the FCC. This one I know. Probably people working under him. So what they do, they look for cases like that. They start looking for their share of the money. They allow the person cases to slide. He can't. The chairman can't be everywhere. It can't be everywhere. Nigeria see, when people are giving those jobs, they see it as opportunity to make money, or opportunity to serve. People are not selfless in the country anymore. You give people little appointment, all they want to do is how to gather money. It's sad. It's a shame.
See, all this Tinubu where they know one may finish in time. Why do you think they are fighting? And just look at the reckless thing that happened under Buhari. And some people were even looking at a way of even stealing the reserve. And look at this.
You did see Abacha loot, what they did to Abacha loot that they were bringing to the country.
They relooted the loot.
They relooted the loot.
You see that AY. It is the people. I think I've given this example once on this platform about 3 years ago. Take, for instance, AY, Ola is your bosom friend. He got government appointment, maybe let's say a minister, for instance. And 3 years later, they sacked him. Then about 6 months thereafter, Ola came to you one early morning and said, "Why, please loan me 5 million naira." And you talked and talked and talked and say, "Okay, wait, I'm coming." You went into your bedroom and your wife is asking you that, what's happening? And you said, he needs 5 million naira. What do you think your wife will ask you? Your wife will ask you, all that 3 years he did here, what did he can do?
What they can do?
That's the standard. 10 out of 10 Nigerians will ask you that. What is he doing? What did he do? 3 years. We expect them to steal.
We expect them to steal. It's true. You are very right. That is where we are. We expect it. You see, somebody was telling me today, he follow politicians a lot. He was telling me, he said, "Man, if you see how houses are seen in Abuja now by politicians, they don't have money. Some of them want to sell their houses to go contest for election." He said, with the confidence in this guy, he doesn't understand it. I said, yeah, that is what they do. So when they sold the house, when they are in that office, they're looking for money to buy more houses. So that is not how it should be. Like, the system is sick, man. I can't lie to you. The system is sick.
Honestly, the system is sick because if we expect it, it's like now your fault. When you have the opportunity, so why didn't you use it? So that, and we respect those who stole. We respect them more.
We respect them because that is, Nigeria is a system. I usually call it's an oppressive system. If you go to Abuja now, as I talk to you, people will address you. People will respect you based on the car you drive, based on how you dress, how they perceive you, based on they don't even the police. I tell you, if you carry Lexus 579 with tinted glasses, policeman will not. Hey, look at it. Oh, more like
Look, in Lagos traffic, the bus conductor, they know everything. Hey, don't go there, don't go there. Nah, Mercedes, this, that, year 23. They know everything. So every Nigeria aspires.
It's so funny. That is why, that is the desperation. A friend, when I was in Abuja last year, a friend was telling me this. Actually, we were driving in Abuja. He told me, said, "Man, if you want to live here," I tell you what happened, right? I tell you what happened. A friend of mine, we went to what was this popular place they sell stuff in Abuja? Sahad store in Abuja. He drove me. He was driving his little Toyota Corolla. It's a bit old. We got there. We wanted to park. If you know Sahad store in central area, what they do, so the parking can be difficult. So these security men, we were waiting for them to give us a space to park. Then the space we were supposed to park, they allow another new car, brand new, very good car, to park there. Then my friend said to me, said, "You know why they did that? Because they saw the car I'm driving. They think I don't have money to live there." Guess what? The next day, I drove Lexus myself to that same place. Wallahi, they created a space that is not available for me. They were, "Oh, Gasa." Yeah, I say, "Hey, not me these people yesterday." When I was leaving, I give them 2K. The next day, when I was coming, they went and created space at the front. Okay,
they would only put your car on their head.
They recognized me already. I say, Nigerians, man, is bad. That is why when you live there, why I say it's an oppressed society. Give the security man you see is lawyer, give him a little opportunity. They want to start to oppress people. They want. I don't know how we can get away from this man.
No, a security man that know a guy alone will oppress everyone now.
Yeah,
because
you know, it's easy for us to point at the president and the governors. The problem is everywhere. Even go to the bank. If they know you give them money, if they know you have money in account, they will treat you differently. That person that will have 1 million naira, if you have 50 million naira, your special treatment. Because this is how Nigeria, that's why you see people are looking for the money, people are looking for power, because they want to be respected. It's just sad, man.
It's sad, honestly.
Like
But
this guy, they said this DG of Energy Commission now they are talking about. I saw some of their page from their place. It's from Kogi, it's from Okene. You see how their people were defending him. Oh, God will see you through. The people, you see how they are so defensive. They are just defending the guy. Oh, you know, your hands are clean because you are a rising star. I said them to my friend. My friend is from there. I was laughing so I said, Nigerians, I hate thee. Omo, no matter if you like, still the whole country, they go defend you.
that's why I don't being power. I don't have time for them.
Hey, they'll say, oh, if he's a Muslim, say, oh, because he's a Muslim, oh, because he's Igbo, because he's Yoruba, because he's Hausa, because he's Kanuri, because they just look for. I'm like, why are we not taking as a country? Why don't you look at this issue? This guy have committed this. Why are you? Are you even? Is he paying you?
You're ready.
It's bad though. It's bad. We are not ready. It's long way to go. I can tell you this for free. It's long way to go. Yeah, it's sad. 2023, 2027 elections, here this issue will show up. That's why the person will be able to stay like that. He will come and contest for election. People will run after him.
Are they not sharing money?
Yeah.
The APC Governors Forum, are they not talking about 800 billion now missing?
Yeah. I heard that too.
It's about money. They will share the money for everybody and they will forget. The Edo State election showed I learned a lesson from that Edo State election. Because the calculation was very easy. 400 and something people put out $10,000 naira to them. That's about 4 billion. It's nothing to a politician. You win the election straight.
And don't forget, that money is investment.
It's investment now. He will get it 2 months of a FAC allocation. He's taking back his money.
Now. They know.
The remaining 3 years, 8 months is nice enjoyment.
Those state elections, they tell you how much this party, PDP and APC, will pay people. You will not even. Some people collect up to 30,000 naira or more.
It's still nothing.
They just tell you, yeah, you got to show me who you voted for, because leaders are looking for a way to. The election was tough, you know, so it was money.
It's about money now.
Yeah.
I was there when I was really surprised.
They spend money, APC and PDP, both of them.
And that money is nothing to them. 10 billion, nothing. You will get it within a few months.
Yeah, it's nothing. That's just the truth. It's nothing. I mean, if you win, it's a little money. And the government that Obaseki was in government already, so it's not spending his personal money. It was government money.
Of course.
More like take your money or vote for my candidate. It's sad, but man, Nigeria is gonna be hard to face, man. It's not easy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Except you dismantle the system. The people mindset is not good.
When there is a mindset of the people.
Yeah.
So as far as we remain in that mindset, nothing will happen in terms of elevation for the country.
I think we need president that will make that central, not attractive. So and I think and this type of president we have now, I think I'm even happy that AY is beginning to agree that we need the like of Tinubu.
I never had issue with Tinubu. I'm just calling them out. I will always call any president out. I don't care what.
No. Even if Awolowo were to be our leader today, we are going to call him up, because when Awolowo was leading us, he wasn't perfect, but one thing we celebrate.
I witnessed this thing. If you read history, that tax introduced for free education of is it 10 shillings or 12 shillings? They fight. They fight. They protest. Women, particularly in Ibadan. high. But the man stood his ground.
It's
But
normal
today,
now.
today we're all proud.
You know, Awolowo is a real visionary leader. Actually, Awolowo was very visionary.
Okay. Can I
Yeah.
contribute as well?
Yes, sir.
Uncle Remy, welcome.
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, I want to talk about Ola, because you made mention of infrastructure for a country development. And I think you are 100% right. With my Korokoro eyes, I see development. I see patriotic citizens working for their nation, although they are also as highly corrupt as an African man. I was in a city, and they have 4 subway lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, and within a space of 4 years, they changed that 4 subway lines to 22 subway lines. Can you see the difference, the huge difference? And it opened up that particular city. I'm talking about Shanghai, which is the commercial city of China. The place we used to go by bus by 3 hours, they reduce it to 15 minutes by subway, by light rail, boat, connecting. There was a time I was living in that city, and I was working in another city. Let's assume that I was living in Ibadan and I was working in far away, maybe Benin City, and only the subway train would take me there under an hour. And if I take by bus, by the normal expressway, it will take me about 2 to 3 hours. So when they see that in Nigeria that we don't have enough road network, we don't even have the same rail network very good enough, and people are paying money. I mean, the government are spending a lot of money. Let's assume that 12 billion you mentioned, that Obasanjo has spent it on rail development alone, all across Nigeria. Although it might be that we are still owing these people, but it will have opened up the entire country.
Not even that 12 billion. You know the money he put in account salt or the SS.
They put that away now. See what this woman now, that woman with big eyes now. See the way everybody just cut away everything. Oh God. So sometimes
which woman with big eye, Ete or who?
No. Diazani, or what do they call her? Something like that.
Oh, Diazani.
Now my auntie, you
fight you. Now, Ola baby, that no.
You see,
you know, say all those people know they do
Ola, I want to tell you something. Ola, I hope everyone in this platform, if you have your way, just visit that country for one time.
China?
Yes, make sure you visit it once in your lifetime. Within a city, there is a complex where they are producing.
China is ahead of United States when it comes to technology.
Forget it.
I don't say they no hungry.
I want to tell you something, Ola. That place is the one they are coupling Dell, Apple, every electronic gadget we are using in this world.
Of course, I know.
You know they call it. If I remember the name very well, in that facility alone, they have 100,000 workers, and the shift never stops. Inside that complex, they have swimming pool, football pitch. They feed their worker 3 times in a day.
You know, China.
It's like another city. The machine never stopped there. So I wonder when
I say if they want to close that factory there, that the workers will just be protesting, like they may be crying. If you want to close down the factory, maybe just for holiday,
they can never close it down for any holiday, because the workers have free housing there. They live there. They have vacation.
Exactly, that's what my boss told me.
They are giving them food 3 times in a day. You can do whatever you want in that facility, and they have 100,000 workers in that Shanghai, and in the Shenzhen they also have another one there. So, and they produce. Nobody can compete at that strength. No, I did not see any country. Now I'm in Europe. I've seen everything all. To be frank with you, it's just the old glory. To be frank,
Europe right now it's too far. How can you even try to even think of comparing?
No, what I want to say now is that Nigeria have this huge population of young people, and really we want our country to be like all these developed or advanced countries. An average Nigerian wants his country to be like that. An average Nigerian is not thinking about, oh, we thought that we have that kind of money, we are super rich. No, we are not super rich. Somebody was arguing yesterday that borrowing is not good. Okay, fine. The crude oil that you are extracting from the oil is not enough for more than 200 million population, or talk less of infrastructure development. And if they are borrowing money to do infrastructure, is it not good? That is the only way that you can open up your country and where you continue to build more logistic hub. And once you continue to build, you are creating employment for your people. So sometimes when I see that and I say, okay, fine. Some section of Nigeria want the country to progress. Some section want it to regress. Some section, they never even see development. They don't even know what is policy formation. They don't even understand what is policy. Only what they know is that they are using our money for this, for that. Oh, sometimes I wonder, the literacy level in Nigeria is so low that an average Nigeria secondary school student cannot even understand what is policy. Talk less of a university graduate. So sometimes we still have a lot of work to do, but unfortunately, the democracy we practice, you cannot force people. That is a drawback. That is the only difference I see within all these Asian giants. They use their system. They do not copy the Western system 100%. They know that human beings, sometimes, I'm sorry to say this, human beings, you have to force them, whether you give them some kind of, remuneration or some kind of incentives. But one way or the other, you still have to force people to work. And there's no difference between a man and a woman. Sometimes a woman can even do better than men. Women can even do better than men. For the first time, I see young ladies, beautiful ladies, driving now 33,000, that big truck, 33,000 tons. They are driving them, so many, along the city. It's a very big country. But when I see some Nigerians, when they talk, I think Nigerians, we are unfortunate not to have a lot of visionary leaders. And once you have them, these military khaki boys will come in and they will break it. And they destabilize everything. In as much that you like Obasanjo, but during his 8 years rule, the ego is just too much than the performance. The horror of being the president was swollen on his head. It did not really, if truly he loves that country, he should have given us a good leader. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to use this. I hope they are rest in peace. You give us a sickler, and then you give us another one that does not know what he's doing.
Obasanjo started well. He started well, actually.
I'm talking. It started well, but along the line, can't you see?
Yeah.
It really just away so many things.
You know, the only reason I'm not responding to Remy is just what Obasanjo said about Tinubu. Because if I want to really appraise Obasanjo, you understand, when you look at where we're coming from, he did well. But when he starts talking about what Tinubu is doing, I disagree with him, because normally, you know, okay, do you think America is just in debt for nothing? Do you think United Kingdom is just in debt for nothing? You understand?
Yeah.
So if you have built infrastructure with that money, let me tell you one thing: the government will still be investing. You understand? But the impact will not be as it is. Okay, just imagine you force Amajiri people back to school, and maybe you manage to you take it down with them, maybe as a military head of state, and you take it down with them as a civilian president. So you cut half of them to the point that they can go back to school. The level of insecurity in the north today will not be like as it is.
So I also learned, another thing I learned is that using what we call cost advantage of whatever you have in your local city or in your environment. What they did was wonderful. If they discover that, like let's use Kano for example, that majority of the people there, they are into textile. The government give more small factory incentive to create small factory. So everybody all over the world.
You know, now only wedding, the wedding a mass burial. They do.
No, I'm just talking about the cost advantage. Like for example, let's say the Ondo Ekiti side are producing cocoa. We all know that this is the area they produce. What about the value chain? The government will not encourage. I'm telling you, some factories, they are not bigger than 2-bedroom apartment. has seen everything all. But when they get big order from America, from Europe, all of these small factories, they work hand in hand together to meet that huge demand, and they will deliver. This is a country I know that.
Hold on, Remy. So that's the question I was going to ask you. In China,
Have you
those
guys,
little
sorry, let
factories.
me ask you a question. Oh. Have you
I'm,
guys
I'm
seen this
asking.
Hold
Tinubu's
on,
panel?
Patoski, hold on, no.
No, I
Prince
just want
Daddy
to call your attention
No,
to
Prince Daddy
something I
is
just
asking
saw.
one question. Prince Daddy is asking one question. You can come after Prince Daddy. So that's
okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My question was those little factories in China, was it the government that built them or the people themselves, the manufacturers?
Okay, it is the people that build them initially, but they get a kind of soft loan from their local government. And most of the local government at that particular period, if I tell you where they get the money, everybody will be surprised. They got a lot of soft loan from America and Europe. So they were able to develop their local government very well. And some of these, what do you call it? Some of these small factory, because there's a lot of machine and machine tool company in all around China. So they bought those machines. Some of these machines they bought, they are not so super have a big name or brand like that. Just make sure you get it set up. You have some local technician because they make this is their education is like if you cannot pass the GS3 examination, they just push you to the vocational college immediately. And those ones that can pass that. Okay,
Sorry again, Remy. So one thing I can tell about I can tell from my own observation about China is that they actually go for an enabling environment as opposed to interfering with people's affairs all the way.
Yeah.
That's why it's not really a true communist country or society.
Of course, it's not a
If you create an enabling environment, the people are creative enough to do a lot of things themselves. They don't need to be babysat. They don't need to be their hands held. Like Nigerians, by the way. Exactly like Nigerians. Nigerians are industrious, they're creative, right? If they have an enabling environment, I think we would do wonders.
But the problem with Nigeria, I will tell you the truth, is that division, ethnic division. And when you not juxtapose the way the Chinese set up their country, they give more power to each locality or each city. In each city, you produce your electricity, you generate, you transmit and distribute.
But that is the solution right there. You just said the solution. If every region, every state has their own autonomy, then this ethnic conflict you're talking about does not really matter. If the Southeast do their own thing in their own region or states, and so do the Southwest in other regions, then they can all work independently, and collectively we become greater, just like China, really. I mean, it's not always about homogeneity that push a country forward. You can have diversity. It's not a bad thing. It's just about providing an enabling environment where people can thrive and do things themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Because over there, they don't even care who is their governor or their president, because power is 24/7. You can be living. Once I live on the 22nd floor of a 35-story building. Water is like anytime I open, it's dropping. I've never seen any story. The maintenance is top notch, no problem at all. Everything and everywhere there's camera for security. And the people are patriotic enough to understand their government and obey simple rules and regulations. It does not mean they are not as corrupt as Nigeria. They are also corrupt in the sense that if you have great-grandfather or forefathers that can protect you, fine. But what they did that really surprised me is that you can steal money, but that money is not leaving the shore of that country. So when they steal those money, they plow back the money into the same economy again by laundering the money to like setting up a factory or whatever, creating employment for their own people. But when you talk about our people, it's simple money. They are thinking of buying house all over the world that you are not living there. So I think Nigeria should fashion a way to say, even if you are stealing money, we are going to make sure that that money does not leave the shores of this country anyhow. So that is where I'm sorry. Those of you that are bankers, let me say this, and I will let you talk. Those of you that are bankers before, or those people that in the banking industry, I think the searchlight should be being on them more strictly, because they are the one that is helping them to siphon this money. I'm sorry to say this. That is not the truth. So sometimes when I see people like Showore protest, I just laugh at them. People in Nigeria are not protesting for the right thing. You should protest for institutional change, not because this is my tribe or that is my tribe. Then that is, okay, I don't like the president, or this is the person I'm supporting. So no, I've never seen Nigerians gather together and say, okay, these two National Assembly we have, the central, is too much for us. The recurrent expedition we're spending on them is a lot. So why don't we reduce them? Why don't we reduce the state assembly? So many things I learned. I said, the people that are making law in China is just like a part-time job. And they only need them for at least 2 or 3 weeks every year. They all go back to Beijing and talk about the government policy. And everybody go back to their work or go back to the party. It's not a full-time job. But
no, you see the damage that that 1983 coup did to that country. Even though not that Shagari regime was that something to be proud about, but then the military that took over, they were even worse in corruption. So not only worse in corruption, but they took us backwards structurally, and that's so disheartening.
But what was wrong with Shagari's government? I mean, what was wrong with it actually?
No, Shagari was, oh my goodness. Okay, look at it this way for Baba. I think Baba and Patoski will be able to say more. For someone to steal about 2 billion? I mean, how much is it, Baba? Was it 2 billion naira at that time?
Who
was that?
2.8 billion.
Umaru Diko.
That scandal that time that they say they thought Obasanjo was involved. It's 2.8 billion. Abibaba.
That 2 billion is like 1 billion pound sterling.
No, that time, almost over $2 billion.
Over $2 billion. What about Baba Kinloye with golden champagne and golden bag?
But you can't measure one theft or a couple as being the reason why Shagari's government was bad. I think if you ask me from my own little thing that I know, I think that government was just like any other government. Quite frankly, if you ask me personally, I would say probably the best government in Nigeria ever, actually.
No,
government, they did what they have to do. I mean,
calling it the best is going too far.
I don't think Obasanjo was better. I don't think so. Surely Jonathan's was not better.
Look, Nigeria has never been blessed.
Tinubu's government right now. Okay, I mean, not make an argument, but Shagari's government, to me, there was nothing really out there to condemn that government, because Umaru Diko stole almost $2 billion.
Calm down, Prince Daddy. Let me start telling you. It was then Jackba started. We call it Andrew.
I'm checking out.
I'm checking out. During that period too, if you listen to one of the political parties' adverts, when a woman went to the market and said it's the bone she wants to buy, and they say, "Madam, why can't you buy the meat?" Oh, he says for bingo. That is for my dog, but she's going to eat it because there was austerity. There was no money. While the politicians were living large, there was a Boyus scandal. The French construction company then, owned by Chief Chassonya, the chairman that came after Chief Augustus Akinloye. Look, we've never been blessed in that country.
You mentioned corruption. You mentioned maybe
the
starvation or whatever.
Yeah, that's what it started.
I don't know. It was jackpotting back then. People have been jackpotting since when? Since 60s or whatever, 50s.
Before then, people come back. Wait, let's tell you. Before then, they send people abroad. You can imagine.
We always come back.
Send people abroad and they come back.
There's no month I don't come back because ticket was 300 and something naira.
So back then, it wasn't as bad. People have been jackpotting for a long time. They go and they come back.
No, they were not jackpotting before then. In that way. They were not jackpotting before then that way. It became so serious that the government had to put an advert on NTA by Enebeli Baba. You remember Enebeli Andrew was
Enebeli,
a government advert now
it was, Andrew.
to discourage people from going. Enebeli Elebua.
You know what?
Elebua.
To that point, actually, now you're telling me actually that the government was actually sensitive to what is going on with its citizens.
No, you
to
don't
be smart
understand. We are
enough
the
to
one that is
want to
telling
bring
you
them
what
back.
is there. You are just
No.
making
Well,
argument.
I maybe I was a
crazy.
kid then. No.
We've never been blessed,
I'm
Prince
not
Daddy.
convinced
Don't
at
work
all.
yourself up. We've never been blessed.
What I even want to call your attention to is
what you
how
said,
many
Baba? I
of
didn't
you
hear what you
listen
said.
to Tinubu?
No, apart from the first,
Tinubu?
well, I think it's the system
Baba.
we started practicing. When we're doing
Baba, you said we've never been blessed. Is that what you said?
After 66, when Gowon came in, because Gowon also had the opportunity, the country was awash with money. Ordinary, those were standing fan, 3 naira for standing fan. Elizabethan, all this play, stereo, all those things, 19 naira. You see, he was even boasting then that, look, just come with idea that we don't know what to do with money. That's what Gowon said. Just come up with the idea.
Well, sorry, Baba. Let me ask you, how much was that money that he mismanaged that time? How much was that money that he didn't know what to use for? What did he invested? What did he use that money for? That money that I said, what are those things that he put in
fairness to go on, all the things we still see today, they
Baba, you are living in United States. Let me tell you this. You are living in United States.
Yeah.
Here in Saudi Arabia, if you go into their desert, they already have roads where nobody is living. They already have water where nobody is living. All the infrastructure are already laid down.
They refuse to live because they are desert people now. They are located to them, but they don't care.
Papa, don't look at it that way. Let me tell you, it's because we are not futuristic. That is why even
the same thing now. You're saying Gawan.
So that money is not as if the money was so much, but because he was not thinking.
Yeah, that was it. Now that was what Gawan was trying to say.
He was not thinking. Which money? How much was the money?
Have you guys listened to Tinubu's this thing on CEO conference in Rwanda? That is panel interview.
Is there any money that is too much for a country?
You need to listen to it. Fantastic. I'm telling you, you'll be so proud. I'm listening to it now. That's his panel. CEO conference in Rwanda.
You see, one of the things, Muritala even worsened everything because the foreign exchange we even had more. He opened the border of the country. And people were just bringing things in, up to imported meat.
Okay, Baba, you mentioned Muritala,
Brazil.
you mentioned Gowon, but at the end of the day, we're trying to say Shagari's government was horrible. So maybe all those things that they did not do or did was what culminated.
It was one after the other, one after the other.
Yeah,
that's why when you listen to all the coups,
to that point. So let's not blame Shagari as the worst president we ever had.
No, I wouldn't say he is the worst. The worst is, in my own considered opinion, the worst we've ever had. Reading Buhari's book, the biography, I think is Buhari. And even the author went to allude, he didn't say it in plain language, that they jazzed the man.
Nobody can be worse than Buhari since.
He said because when they sweep his office, they see a lot of charms in his office. That at a point,
really?
At a point,
I don't want to believe in all those things. But I at least I cannot say much about what happened during Muritala, but the level of poverty, the level of poverty during Shagari regime, I could remember people were eating the cassava, the back of cassava. People will go after peeling it, they will go and be removing that brownish something, and they will still go and fry it.
That was only in Kwara, so I don't know what you're talking about. That was only in Kwara.
You are a privileged, you are a privileged child. That is why you cannot know the level of poverty that was in the country.
There was
You
no
cannot
time there
know
was no
because your father
there
was.
was no poverty
Which
in
kind of local
Nigeria.
with it?
No,
Even in the
ask
time of
Patoski
plenty.
if I'm lying, what I'm saying.
Even in the time of plenty.
Remember, even the peels of yam peel, people will soak it in warm water to remove the back and go and use it for a
Patoski, how many children are wearing even ordinary slippers to school that time?
Well, no,
What's
now
that rubber thing we
foot
call?
now.
That rubber shoe? I've forgotten the name.
Now people like us, they wear rubber that time now. Politician.
Tekowi, abi?
They wear rubber
The one they use car tire to do, Tekowi, abi?
You are talking about Bata shoe.
Gala water.
I think okay.
It is
I
people
forgot
that
what they
wear
call
Bata
it.
shoe are
Gala
middle
water,
class.
that's what we call it in the kitchen now. Jalanta.
Ola, if you have a Bata
sorry,
shoe that time,
Prince
eraser
Daddy,
store.
Prince, let me clarify. Prince Daddy, you grew up as a child. Simba was a Peking. It was two different worlds.
What is it? Like that? What is it? I can't hear you.
Victor, what is the difference?
Peking, no, you were a child. Simba was a Peking growing up. You were a child. It's not the same world.
Let me tell you, Simba now from Rishom. See, if you want to talk of the real Peking, now people like us, someone that was using Mercedes Benz in his school, you use Mercedes Benz from your level 100 to when you graduated. How can that person be Peking? But if you want to talk, people like us, now we be Peking. But you see, Simba is pretending to be.
It's just the First Republic, because even in the First Republic, when I visit my brothers in Unilag, we use Toro. If we take Toro to the canteen, you take 1/4 of chicken, and you can take yam as you want, and then the fried stew. That's 3 pence. We'll buy you that in Unilag then. Even as visitors, when we visit.
Now only Christmas. See, I can tell you the day with the cake.
3 pence, 1/4 of a chicken.
My birthday,
Baba, you are
on my
talking
birthday, Christmas, and that's the thing we they get chicken.
I think during Baba's time, the population
that money that Baba is talking about. Let me ask you, Baba, how many people can afford it that time? It might be looking different to you today.
People they
How many people
trek.
can afford that?
People they trek.
I think my father bought one Suzuki motorcycle that time. I think 400 naira, or how much I can't even remember. I think it was 400 naira then, and that was the time when what's the name of this Tamoku? Was Tamoku refrigerator you could buy for 80 naira or
that's
PZ product. How much I used to tell my father.
The commenter, I want to respond to something where Remy they talk since about China.
Hold on, before you respond, let me just say this. I used to follow my father because my father is also a dealer. We got Mazda 323 as low as 2,500, and then
brand new.
Yeah, brand new. And
what year?
I'm talking about 80s.
That Mazda, I remember that Mazda is Shalake.
Then,
and
then Pojo.
You know what we call Shalake?
The one that be like Passat now. All those ones.
Yes,
no. This one is like pickup, but you now go and cut the back
how much do we get
and put the seat.
Because it's not even up to 3,000 naira.
In 76,
fresh graduate that time was
76, I was just going 21 when I bought my first personal car, and that was a Subaru, a front wheel drive. I just come in then. It was 3,250.
Yeah.
Tire was being sold for 27 naira then per tire, and the inner tube we were using then was 3 naira inner tube. So fantastic. I mean, and then you don't get it to, you have to wait. I waited 3 months before I collected the car. Even the day was a fight because everybody, it was like biscuits.
Your generation was lucky because my
and that was even a classic car compared to B2. Maybe B2 was 1,500, right? 1,500.
800 first.
That time, let me say, in school, when you go to a conventional primary school, you hardly see any teacher that even have a car. Probably, maybe they be using
headmaster.
At a point in that period, they started giving them this Russian car. What's it now? Ladder. Teachers, any ladder you see,
see old people, Baba Ejo, see old people like Midwest to see the way they quickly shout ladder, and tomorrow they go declare 40. old men.
Baba, it was in fact that
ticket was 360. Now we call
ordinary
it Apex
television,
ticket,
Baba,
British
ordinary
Caledonia to London.
television.
I remember I was on your TV, I was on your black and white.
You people that are living in Lagos, if you go to the interior of the country, you don't know what was happening in the show. In the old town, you
I
cannot
go
even
to
see
Abeokuta, my mother's
Baba. In the interior, you go to a town, you only see maybe one or two people that will have a television in the whole town.
Yeah, but they were enjoying because up till now.
Enjoying what? I don't know what
Wait. Simba, wait. Even 60 years later, I still smell fresh ewedu, fresh ugi. We eat on holidays when we go to my mother's Abba at Moson. Moson was a village then.
See pot calling kettle black. You say you
I still smell that ewedu till today.
That time, my papa they use this Fiesta turntable. Later, we bought rising, all those rising 4-track.
Life was cheap, and we had a lot of factories in Lagos. Colinton Electronics, Adewale Electronics. They were assembling. I wouldn't say they were manufacturing, but they were coupling things and putting their labels on it. Then, but when importation started, Babangida scattered everything.
Yes. Babangida is the one that really
scattered that country. IBB.
IBB really messed up that country, and Abacha just
it's not IBB. It's not only IBB that the thing.
Look,
the
you see why Simba. You know why I'm annoyed with our colonialists. Do you know we spend naira in London? They even prefer the naira. Yes, we spend naira in London.
But naira, we started using naira in the 70s now.
That's what I'm saying now. The time of British Caledonia.
No, we're spending Nigerian pounds.
No. I'm talking of the 70s now, going mid 70s.
Up to early 80s, people they carry naira go to spend.
Baba, sorry, I want to ask Baba a question. Seeing your past experience, you are lucky to see it all. What advice or what solution or what do you think Nigerian can do? Do you think the present federal system of government that we are practicing, do you think it really suits that country?
It is the system we are practicing. It makes us lazy. You understand? We are very, very lazy in thinking, in execution of even plans we laid down. We have to go back to regionalism. Honestly, that is the only way so that there will be competition. What you have, you keep. What you have, you keep. You will all contribute to the center so that everybody can develop at their own pace, have their own policy in terms of education. How, if they want to crawl. If you want to run. If you want to sprint. But this system that everything goes to the center, then the center will start distributing it back again. I mean, it's slowing everybody down. Fingers are not equal. We have to go back to the basics.
But sir, but where is the political will from the collective now? Because some people feel like they will be left behind, and you need their votes to pass those kind of bills. So where would you get the collective political will to push that through both houses?
Well, we missed the boat twice. Baba OBJ's conference I don't think that was very sincere. But I believe more in what Jonathan did. But unfortunately, himself, he missed it. Last minute, when he's supposed to do, he wanted to do it after winning that election. He wanted to use that campaign something, and it didn't work. Buhari took the paper and put it under his table or wherever he put it. And that was the end. Because that specifically almost put us back to something that is akin to regionalism. Because this system of quota system, statism, is not going to work.
Okay.
Even if Christ come to execute it, to look into it, He can't rule this country. He cannot rule our country.
Yeah. So to your point, if we've missed the boat, then
Baba,
what next then?
Christ will rule the world, but can't rule Nigeria. Huh?
I'm telling you, Prince Daddy, with this system we are practicing, it can't work.
So, but to your point, you said we've missed the boat. Then was it so? If we've missed the boat, then what is that? Means there's no solution to that problem. If it's very fundamental to our prosperity as a society, and we've missed it completely, then what next?
It's going to take pure courage. Either this president will go and pick up that Jonathan's thing, dust it up, and let the National Assembly.
He doesn't believe in that Jonathan approach.
Let the National Assembly work on it, or he himself should do the restructuring.
Are you talking about constitutional conference?
Yeah, constitutional conference, the Jonathan one.
But Baba, don't you think that is repeating the same thing every time? Baba, what do you think about state resource control instead of regionalism? The reason why I said that is because when you put regionalism where some country or some section of the region want to secede from the country, I see that one leading to the final breakup of Nigeria. I'm talking about
okay, this is it. I think I postulated this idea here.
If breakup is what is going to make people to progress, let them break up. There's no need of beef.
No, we have geopolitical zone as it is now. Fine. Yes. It has helped. It's six of us. Six as it were. Let's say as it were now, the six. Okay. Let's each of that six have vice president, have governor to rule the six. Two, that is governor for each geopolitical zone. And then that geopolitical zone where you have the governor will have ministers also in what we know today as the state, like 6 states in the West now. They have minister for Ogun State, minister for Lagos State, but there will be one governor for it, then a vice president. So we'll have 6 vice presidents, which amongst them, every 4 years, either the 6 or collectively the whole nation will vote for one of them to be president in the center. So that they are, in doing that, in 36 years, or 6 times 4, in 24 years, all geopolitical zone must have presented one president. So that will cut off this marginalization thing entirely. Then each zone will keep their resources and take 30% only to the center for that president to be using for what's this called, the exclusive list. Prisons, all those things should be removed from the exclusive list.
How do you solve the problem that came with that one during regional government?
Which are the problems?
So even the money that they are sending to the center, some group of people, like when the NPC and the NCNC came and they excluded some, especially the Western region, from federal appointment and all those things that time. It was a problem that time now. That was what actually led to the unification decree now.
Yeah, it's because of, how do I put it? You see, that side, I don't really want to go into it because
it was a problem, and it was a major problem because then.
Even then, some states deliberately said they are backward, so they need federal assistance. So states that are making good money, you understand, like Southwest, they were even shortchanging them because they couldn't access that kind of funds, but they contribute the highest, and those regions will come and take the money and take it away. So that's why I said, look, going that way,
even the federal has power over the region. That time also they have power, and that was why they can decide what will happen in region. That was why they can even say, okay, want to break your region and do all those things. So it wasn't that perfect.
No system is perfect in the world, but it just have to be near perfect, in my considered opinion, actually, because this presidential system, it cannot lead us anywhere except into chaos. Because for the life of me, why would one state be working harder or taking resources? Take, for instance, Niger Delta. What we don't realize is that in another 1,800 years, the ecological disaster that will visit the Niger Delta is unimaginable. Because once you're creating hollow in the crust of the earth, something have to give at a point. So what do we do to such people if Nigeria still exists?
Okay, Baba, you are talking about Niger Delta.
I think what we need to do, Simba.
What about in the Middle East where they are drilling the oil in the desert? What is replacing the oil that they are drilling under the ground?
Well, it depends on the distance. The Middle East, I don't think I can. I don't think I know. I don't know.
Because in the Niger Delta, water can even replace that, but in the Middle East, nothing is replacing it.
Simba, I think what we need to do, I see federal government is okay. I think the problem is not even the the federal government as that. The economic aspect of it is what I think we need to restructure in reality. Now,
no, federal
how do
government
I mean?
okay.
No, hold on. Just no. There's no system you can find okay if you want to do it that way. Now, look at China, for example. Now, who are those people controlling the commercial enterprise? They are being controlled at the local level. You understand? It's just like, let's say you find maybe Simba village. Now, what village can I even call in Osun State? Now, just look at that Osun State. Now, you control your land, you attract investment, maybe through your people. You control. You have local factory. The local government control factory. They control everything. You understand? You have your own contribution you do to the federal government. You understand? But so it should be more of doing something and be taxing the federal. And then see, that's just an example. So if you find a way, and if you find a way to push the economic activities away from being centralized, if you like, have your presidency, they have everything there, but like all these things they are taking away from this exclusive list now, push that means of production, economic activities to the local. But then with a caveat that, see, maybe if you are producing your own thing, hold on to, let's say, a particular percentage and contribute some to the central. Not the one that everybody will be expecting all the proceeds from oil and gas coming from a particular region. Some people, they will do nothing.
Ola, 1 minute. You see what Baba said now, right? Honestly, I've been saying that forever. This is the first time I'm hearing it from Baba. That is the way to go. That is the way.
Ow.
That's the solution. Regionalize the country, resource control, let each region think of how to solve their own problem. The question I want to ask Baba, though, is, you see, when we had the regional system that was working, what was the intention of those that dissolved the system? Was it's two ways, I'm thinking, I don't know which of them. Was it that it was genuine for the unity of the country, or it was for power, just to get more power to themselves?
Personal agenda.
It's just this thinking we are thinking. It's just like, for example, how the Senate president wanted to do a legislative coup recently. He does not want anybody to contest if you have not been in the Senate consecutively 2 times. You see, like, it worries me. He thinks the Senate is just for him alone. He doesn't know that institution will remain 100, 200 years' time. This is where the problem comes from. So what was the reason for dissolving the regional government? Was it a genuine intention, or it was just to grab power? If you can just put more light for us.
It's the coup. You just say it in plain language. That was what dissolved it. And when we have to examine that coup, let's leave that matter.
Baba might not be able to talk about for
Baba, Baba,
hold
don't
on.
do that.
Simba,
Baba, don't do
hold on.
that.
Baba, you for educators,
No,
so you be
It's
hold on.
not
senior
a
man.
long story, and so
It's not.
many.
There's nothing long in the story.
Let me tell you
Bola talk. Bola
something.
talk. After you, I will talk.
No, Baba may not be able to tell you that for a certain reason. So don't go there. So Baba, if I lie, it's something because Baba asked people from the southeast, so he might not be able to be the person to tell you. So if anybody wants to talk about that, a person like Simba, because
Because
it's a rebel,
sometimes I think about
he's
it,
able to.
I'm like, if you go study that our regional government, it was work you.
Let me try and answer your question.
Mhm.
You know, I think what most of us need to do is you have to go and read a lot of book and learn what actually transpired before independence and after independence. As
Wild,
far
wild
back
west.
as 1944, we have a group of people that have been saying that it's a matter of time that they will dominate that country. And they
Military
are
system.
and they are campaigning, working towards it. They even have a vision, they give how many years did they even give that time? That I think their target was 1964, and from that time you will see that they are working. In fact, the first attempted coup in Nigeria was actually in 1964, not that 19, January 1966. So the main thing that actually motivated them to do that unification was for them to be able to dominate everybody. And that was why the same Ojukwu that now was rebellion against Gowon when this counter coup took place was rewarded with the regional this thing. And when Aguiyi asked him to go and be the head of the eastern region that time, he kept quiet. It was not rebellion against Aguiyi. So the main aim, Baba did not just want to talk. The main aim is for that group to dominate the country. That was the main thing that motivated them to put that unification decree.
It's sad, man. It's sad. We just keep it serious because I feel the way Nigeria
Before
is
then,
structured.
why the way you know, before then, they dominated every sector of our economy. And that was why I was saying, even during that regional government, every federal institution, federal ministry and everything, it was dominated by them. Military, even including military.
Yeah, the top military people I know is from the southeast. Yeah.
So who want to speak again? No.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Baba T.
Since I've been most of that of the panel, I think I'll just come when one man is not here. There's no like.
Greet you.
I'm upset. The man does not enjoy me discussing Ogun State. He just likes Lagos and
Adoyo.
yeah. Like just discuss those.
Sorry, BT. Let me answer Adeyemi Badejo. I'm not a coward for saying things, but there are some things that just shouldn't be opened again
Baba,
because
let's just say it. Best ways to go are separate ways.
We have to learn from the
Baba, let's be blunt on this.
No,
Let's just go once.
it's not just
We
one
will
streak
not-
of events. You understand that culminated in that distance. But when you look at it seriously, the things that played out, some people just try to be. The agenda is to dominate. There is nothing that could be said about just to dominate, and it didn't happen that way because.
But sir, please, sir, I beg you in this one. But that behavior mindset has not changed.
It has not, unfortunately, because take for instance what I was quarreling with a couple of hours back. When that coup happened, the mess has been done, the deed has been done. Quietly sit back or hide your head. Rather, you started printing calendars, waxing music, calling people man. I mean, why did you do that? You are slapping somebody and the person is crying, and you keep on doing things that will escalate the matter. I mean, it's still being done till today. So this is so deep that, and I don't know why it is like that. Is it cultural? Is it an inane culture? Or what is it exactly? Don't you know when to stop? Don't you know when to stop?
Yeah, but if you've been raised to believe in some form of ethnic superiority, that is your divine right. I'm quoting their leader back in 1949, July 11 to be precise. If you've been told that it's your divine right to rule supreme over Africa, then, and that's your belief system, it is very hard for me if I'm not from there to convince them otherwise that this is the right way to go, because they've been raised in that particular that belief system is just very, very core to their own cultural their cultural fabric is just part of what they believe. I know it's delusional, but that's what they believe. So how can I coexist with that kind of individual in a sense society when they believe that it's their duty to rule over you? So
because by rights, when that thing the British government still want to put mouth in it, that's the High Commissioner. Deep Sherima was supposed to take over. In the absence of the president is supposed to swear him in as the new prime minister or an interim prime minister. But somebody who was having an inquiry of fraud, Mbadiwe came up and wanted to be the prime minister. And the one that came in to take over from him happens to be from the same place and say, no, the military has taken over, we dissolve this. And what did he do next? The first appointment he has to make for his inner circle, the 3 or 4 people, they were all from the same place.
Sir, but if that behavior will never change, so why are we in the same country? It will always be a thing. And you cannot have a nation with that kind of mindset. It is not my job to change their mind. It's never going to be changed. So why can't we just advocate to just break up the country and everybody can go their own way?
Because the British did this. The British Empire did this to, unlike the Igbo, the British Empire. That's what the British Empire.
I think that's what's going to be the end of it, because relatively, we are not one people. Don't let us pretend we are not one. We are different people. Though tongue and tribe may differ. Okay, fine. That really acknowledge it, that tongue and tribe differs. So this brotherhood where we are standing, if it's not working well for everyone, then do you attend to Israel?
Baba, I think that is the more reason why we should have a regional government. Because honestly, that would have helped, apart from the military. Because if you give those region military, you're gonna see another civil war. So the federal government can control the military, but regional government, resource control, I think the country will develop faster in that way. So you will see more healthy competition.
That does not even go farther enough. Because there has to be key provisions that makes it very clear that this is my territory. And you will obey my rules and regulations. And if you fuck up, I will fuck you up. That has to be very clear. No. Let's just say what the fuck it is. I'm saying
Baba, let me also contribute to that space. To be frankly speaking,
Baba, see that language, you.
I don't allow. I like to go back by you.
Every naturally, every black man, they are born to be so greedy. I have to tell you the truth. Because if you look at the reality of things in Nigeria today, those same set of people that we want to point to here, they are not the one in power. So why can't the rest people do it differently? knowing very well that this thing is not going to work like this.
Never.
They're supposed to do differently. Take Jonathan, for example. Jonathan is from South, the actual region that laid the golden egg that the rest people are making. He was having the power, but he couldn't do anything. He was not good enough.
Lazy man.
So say this thing, I will not allow it to repeat itself. The problem of Nigeria is this, my dear brother. We are just after power, not development.
Midwest. Like what Tinubu is doing. You and I, we may not really appreciate it now, but I think in our lifetime, it's going to turn the country around. On that political thing you are talking about, it's more difficult to do than taking the means of production away from the exclusive list and give it to the concurrent. Okay, now look at what is happening in that country today. Now, when we have our brother from the east, they keep shouting, they are not building.
Do you know they introduced the unitary system? Iran immediately came in. He introduced the unitary system we are using till today.
And that's exactly what Azikiwe had wanted before. And that's what in that region they believe in that unitary system, and they impose it on us.
And where God will catch them, Hausa Fulani can enjoy and pass.
Exactly. So, but if we take those things from the exclusive list and we make it concurrent, a lot will be good. Okay, now, for example, people are saying, Tinubu is not giving you power. Tinubu is not the one that is going to give you power. Once you deregulate, once you take that thing away from the exclusive list, okay, Dangote is coming with 20,000 megawatts. A lot of people will come. And they will always go to where economic activities will be happening. Like that, although I know the thing will be lopsided, like I said it like 3 or 4 days ago, that the southern part of that country should welcome influx of people from the north. That one is guaranteed.
Let me land my point. You see, I refer to every black man. You just mentioned Agui. How many years? Power has never been to that place, as far as Nigeria is concerned. So what are the rest guys doing? If they were not also in that trajectory of how to dominate others, what are they doing? So whosoever that had the unity power is always confused because it's an excess power. The Tinubu you want to praise now, I don't know where you were trying to take the argument. You have industry in Ogun State. All Amajiri in Niger is coming there to work. What will you do? You are in abroad. Your sisters are, all the sisters we left behind. They are growing. They are maturing every day. If they start marrying them, and the other thing will change. So it's a complex.
No, you are not.
See, it's you that doesn't get the point. The thing is this, as PT just said, every region must have power to send people that they found that they don't want to respect their way of life, or they are a threat to tomorrow. You send them to where they are coming from within the country. I think Indonesia and Malaysia, all those are they practice those kind of things. You just send them out. We must go back to where, and then you will focus on how to develop your people. Look at what Remy is saying, how Chinese we are building. I want to remind Remy. Think of it, because a country is poor, because I witnessed a poor country in Europe, which is Poland, but go there today. A country is poor does not mean they don't have a strong system. What they don't have is money. Imagine as populated as China, for them to be able to design a system that will go and put food in every household without missing anybody. You should think of that. How far let me land this point. How far these guys have been cracking their brain. So they just got the opportunity. Money start coming. The structure they have on ground, this it did not collapse. They were able to move fast. Come to Soviet Union, USSR. Russia would have picked up like that the same, but Russia collapsed. They default in their communist system and they embrace capitalism, and the country fermented. You have Poland, you have Czechoslovakia, you have all this country breaks away. Before they could put their hands together, the West have tied them down. That's what they are trying to do to Chinese, but unfortunately, the Chinese has already put a wedge against those kind of behavior.
And China has they harm people, I think about 80%. It's almost mono.
So like you can take it from there.
Okay, Midway, this is what I'm saying. You see, over time, I appreciate you say some people have been there in the past, they don't know what are we done. Let me tell you something. Look at Gowon, for example, because you said I'm praising Tinubu. No, don't look at it that way. I'm talking of Tinubu because of his knowledge. I think we should separate all these blackmailing or say someone is praising. If I see you performing, I will tell you that you are performing. Why Gowon said, okay, the problem is not money, but what to do with that money. What did I tell you? We got an incompetent head of state at that time. Although we could say, oh, he did something he did, you understand? Good, because what he did could be likened to maybe someone that was supposed to do 1,000 things that managed to do 20 things. Because a good leader, now just imagine Awolowo was the president that time. Utter such kind of rubbish that we have money, we don't know what to do with money. Awolowo will never say that. As a matter of fact, probably the northern part of the country today will have been educated that the food system that is controlling them will not be able to control them with such kind of power. You understand? Now, there's what we call age of information. You are reacting this way now because you have access to information. I guarantee you, if you don't have access to information, we will be as ignorant as people like Gowon. Although I put that in inverted comma because, you know, just for the context of it. You understand? Not that Gowon is that ignorant as that, but in terms of that, the level at which is operating. So you are talking like this because you now have access to information. You understand? Now, can we reverse the trend? Yes, we can reverse the trend. How? Now, the thing I'll be telling you is this. That thing, okay, look at NNPC, for example. NNPC was a regulator. And our most of the resources we have, we depend on, is our crude oil. They be the one to sell. They will be the one to use that money to finance subsidy to the extent that money will be missing there. Why are they doing like that? Because of this fraudulent exclusivity. And see the way where we even see the regular, where we even sit on bordering it, NNPCL Limited or whatever they call themselves, they still want to be acting as a regulator, which is not supposed to be. Now, this is what I'm not saying now. The issue of electricity, it has been with the federal government for a very long time. And why is it that federal government corner all those stuff? So that you'll be allocating money and some people will be sitting on that money and they'll be eating it. But with the type of model we have now, it's decentralized. That's why I'm saying, okay, look at what Dangote is doing in the area of refinery now. They've taken power, they've taken some kind of power away from all those people that used to sit down on those stuff. No bogus allocation of money to NNPC. So it's just a matter of time. All those NNPC refineries, they'll be gone, just like Nitel. Okay? Now,
sorry, Ola. By the way, why is NNPC trying to buy its way back into Dangote refineries though?
No, why? Because they be Jaguda
all of a sudden.
Because they be Jaguda now. See, let's see. They will fight until that NNPC buy finally. That's the main thing. They will try to fight just to make sure they crawl back into that thing, but it's not going to work because before NNPC realize that kind of thing, they've lost their power. Boy will be coming up. That of those will be coming up. I think maybe 10 to 15 years down the line, Nigeria might just become a place whereby you'll be able to process like 10 million barrels a day. It's just a matter of time. So we might just be like we are going to be net exporter of processed oil. So kini baba ń sọ lẹ́yìn yìí gan-an ẹgẹ mú baba simba ni mo sọ bó ń ṣe baba ti yín o. So now, what I'm saying is that by the time you start unburning and you do all those things, you understand, gradually private people will be coming to those businesses. All the businesses that people, okay, if they unbundle electricity like 10 years ago, maybe like 20 years ago, we won't be where we are today. We will never be where we are today. So we are going to develop economically, but we see our problem politically. And why we are feeling all this mismanagement is just because of economic mismanagement, not because of political. Of course, we are going to have all those ones for a very long time. It may be there for the next 50, 100 years, but the major thing that what is very important to us is that economic development. Just like when Shagari and Co were mismanaging. Oh, the investment was doing very well in the western region. I mean, in the southwest generally. You understand? Those are the kind of things I'm talking about. And one thing is this: when we start getting that industrialization, there's going to be problem in the south. But over time, even all those companies there will gradually be extending towards all those other parts of the country. It's just like when you talk of your MTN, you talk of your banking system today, you understand? They have their roots in the south, right? Gradually they extend to the west, to the north. It's going to happen that way because that electricity you see is critical. Once we get that thing right, if you are able to industrialize the southern part of the country, they will expand to the northern part. It's just a matter of
make I tell you something. If you like, you decentralize the electricity to state level. Take it or you leave it. People are just coming to root that your high tension cable and it will fall down. They will set the metal in pieces. It was happening in Benin. You see this high tension. People went there. You know, those things is like something you screw together. They remove almost one part. They want to go and sell it as what we call shirot metals here, pieces of metals where they do recycling. You have to first of all,
are they not removing retract? They are removing retract now.
Retract. See the way the other one they showed the other day. My brother, the problem we are facing in Nigeria now is that some part of region I don't want to mention, they are just a menace. If other people don't have that power to control them now, we may end up whereby what is going on in South Africa, because the government failed to deport illegal immigrants. You see the citizens are taking it into their hand, and the image of the country is dying. That is what is going to happen in the South. The citizens will lose trust over the government and their political representative, and they will be taking law into their hand. In my place now, somebody roof his own house, and you know, uncompleted building. This is normal practice the way we build out. If you don't have the sufficient money to complete the building, sometimes you do the half you want to do. Some people will finish roofing there. Other people will go there, remove the zinc or whatever is aluminium, metal, whatever they use to roof it, just to go and sell it as scraps. Take off it. It is going to get worse. The north is almost totally collapsed, and they are pouring their children to us. The demography is changing. The politicians are confused. They want to please power that want to appoint them. Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to agree with you on gloomy positioning, and I will tell you why. Now,
okay,
if the telecom companies, you understand, if they have this mindset, they will not survive in that country. You know,
sorry, Ola, sorry. BT, is BT there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I need to discuss something with you privately.
Okay. Just leave your number and send it to me. I'll call you.
But
okay,
if I want to support what
not be the one I gave you, Abi.
Ola, if I want to support what Tokna is saying, it's like I think we are going towards a state
I will leave my number in private chat
because people who have problem now would rather go to what's his name, very dark man to report, or go to Shuvure to report. Right?
It's a lawless society, sir. So it's a lawless society.
It's lawlessness. Why should I go to very dark man to help me solve case?
But why do we even have to police rail tracks because somebody is stealing rails? Are we no man? It's no normal side. Mental health is a thing. I can't live with that kind of people. Go and live in your godforsaken area.
What of the drainage cover? Which now Umahi is changing the drainage cover from cast iron to rubber.
We need fencing in Southwest, and we need passport, visa.
Okay, let me say something. I know that all those vandalizations. Do you know that? I'm not saying the right thing. You understand? They will always be wrong. There's even in Calgary, the glass that the government spent. I'm not saying thousands of dollars, so millions was vandalized in a city. In a city where they have security. Now, what I'm just saying is what I'm saying basically is MTN, when they started using solar, right? And they were being vandalized. Not be only that they were vandalizing this thing. Not only MTN. I just use MTN as an example. Telecom operators generally. But for them to survive, they find alternative because initially they were using solar. People went there, they were vandalizing. They now changed to mechanical generator. It's not as if things went on smoothly for them to, you understand. They find a way to secure their things. And today, it was not as it used to be. Okay? So, we are not going to say because they will vandalize that they will do nothing. That's what I'm telling Midwest. See, that electricity you are talking
I
about,
think you are misquoting me. You are misquoting me. Look,
okay.
I'm not saying we should not build. We should be building and at the same time have the right 100% to control our space. The people that we don't want, we should be having that power to send them to where they are coming from. We have gotten to that level. Or else, the time is coming. You see, you use a very dark man as an example. People have problems. They go to very dark man. They go to Sowore. They go to others that they have had that they are activists. They don't want to go to police. Okay, imagine we're in a critical situation, and those same people, let me put this one. Some rogue people across the globe who know how to destabilize the country, grab one of these guys, tell them, look, we can supply you. Can you raise up to 40,000 men for us? You will be in charge of this space. This is how they kill countries. You will be, how does this guy rise up? How is he able to control this place? Turkey is behind him, Saudi Arabia, or maybe the other one is behind the person. They will fragment the country. So a situation like that, we have gotten so far, but people, because we are still managing the space, we thought it's going to get better, we are just deceiving ourselves. Let every region start taking responsibility for their people, because the regionalism is the only thing that can really make us to prosper. If we go back to region, we will dissolve the state. The state that want to remain will remain. Every component that make up a state, those tribes, no matter how small they are, they must have authority over their land. You can describe them as local government. Let them plan for what they want. Some of those plans can be plans that the government have to start financing the next 20 years. All of them is already on paper, because they will tell you if the population grows to this level, this road, we must construct it. Some areas where they want to build houses in Europe, they have already wired it. They have already set up the drainage. Why you see trees everywhere? They've done it.
Okay.
So these are the way to build country. You can't just force state on people. When more than 3 tribes like Edo now, we'll say, Edo Pensa don't rule, make Edo not rule. Look at Edo state governor where we get today. If not because of say, okay, if our brother away they central no rule, they will feel like we are just the one in charge. The one you elected in the south is doing what Nigeria told them to do. You give them almost your money for those things, and they engage in planning that are not documented and be spending money recklessly. Why every blessed month they are expecting federal money to come and meet them? Whether you loan the money, you are printing it. At the end, sometimes you give them the printed money that they want to tell the rest governor, like the old Nigeria, like what my previous governor was doing. But they gave you that money, you go and change it to dollar, and you know how to take it out of the country. So we can't. There is no way. We must look for a system to address.
Midwest is not as if I'm disagreeing.
The most important one is for everybody to be able to control their space, or else.
I agree with you.
There is no state at all enforcing it in the nearest future, and that will not be good for the image of the country.
I agree with you on that. Babati, Remy, you can talk. No, Babati,
do you know the projection for the Southwest in the next 50 years, Ola? Half of Nigeria's country will believe, half of Nigeria's population will be in the Southwest in 50 years. I hope you know that.
I tell you, even without even me, now you tell me that I never.
That changes the entire culture forever. Oh Lord, that's the end of the thing now. If we continue, that's the what they are projecting. No, half of the country by then will be close to 350 million people. Half of them will be living in the Southwest. Is that what you mean?
Of course, there's every reason to do that. Now, okay, look at Lagos. Lagos now, then Ogun State. From Ogun State to Oyo State, because that's where we have the concentration of that development. So it's glaring. It's not. You understand? That's why I'm saying that the economic decentralization might just be okay for us now. Because why I'm not agreeing with the Midwest totally for now is this: are we able to do that regionalization for now? Are we? It's not likely. But are there something that I think they are doing that will help us? One, the state police. That one is critical. Then all this power decentralization, you understand, is very critical. Our Petroleum Industry Act is helping. So now, some of the things that Midwest is saying, let me be honest with you, Midwest. That type of planning you are talking about, nothing stop the present state from doing all those stuff. Nothing stop the present state from doing all those stuff. Nothing.
But I agree with you. I agree with you to some extent, because if the state governor want to do it, consult with the entire people, and they are agreeing on it, it will be good, fine for them, all of them.
Why am I saying so?
Whether they will have constitutional backing to do it, that's another. Even if you look at this, the rich geopolitical zone, it is not constitutional. It's not in the constitution of Nigeria to even talk of zone. It's not there. But today they are now using it for a kind of government development. They'll tell you Northwest development something, but the Northwest is not constitutional. South development something. They just carve zone, and they never allow people to really debate it, to agree on it, how it should be run. Hello?
Hold on, Midwest. You see, that natural resources, if you think you can control it for now, Nigeria will not move forward, because I can tell you they will fight to finish on that natural resources. When we are talking of resource control, we have to be flexible and understand some level of resource control. I don't know if Abati is getting what I'm talking about. Now, Ogun State is pushing for seaports. They are pushing for garment manufacturing. A lot of activities cannot be accommodated in Lagos now. They are moving to Ogun State. You understand? And federal government will not be able to hinder, because now look at why I said all those things that you see that nothing is stopping them. Lagos has been able to show us that you can have your work around this thing. But there are some states, there are some region in that country that they are interested in another thing. But can we eliminate them now? I don't think so. It's difficult. But if the South is beginning to develop, can they stretch to those areas? Probably. Because I would like, okay, after all, that Dangote Cement, for example, is towards that area. You understand? It's towards that area. Can we get manufacture? Okay, like I think Lagos State has some kind of agreement with Kebbi State, for example. Maybe by the time we start having private investor, maybe we start moving there. But what I'm saying generally is this: some things that are supposed to enable enterprising activities in that country, the federal government put all those in the exclusive list. Example is the electricity issue. That's what example. This
is it not because of that? Is it not because of that same dominance, ability to control others, possess others, and take that chances for them to really think by themselves and plan for their land? That's why they took everything to federal level. If you look at Forest Guard, when they announced Forest Guard, people embrace it, thinking that the state will start recruiting their people and those villagers, train them very well because they knew the terrain. Only for you to see gradually they shift everything to federal. And in that federal level, people only know their tribes. That's what is going on at the federal level of Nigeria.
Yeah,
So
a lot question. What is resource control without migration control? How would that look like?
Thank you. You know what? You know what, Pastor Prince Daddy, that's the best submission you've had. Very short on this show since I've known you. That is a very good.
What was the question? I missed the question. What was the question?
We must have a border, for God's sake. In fact, let's be the Scotland of Nigeria. Let's be the UK of Africa of Nigeria. Let me be able to control who comes in and who goes out. Don't tell me you come to my land and tell me in the sake of one Nigeria you can do anything. And whatever I have culturally, historically in my land is irrelevant. No. Let me finish.
Okay.
My cultural values must be respected. And if you cannot do that in my land, the Nigerian law cannot truncate that belief system, and you cannot come over to my land and misbehave because we are in the same country. That should never be a thing, and that should never be allowed.
Babati, we can't speak too much online. You know my mind about that.
I get it. You know,
yeah, we said this thing before. Let me tell you one thing. If we really there's the mechanism to control those things is there, can't we? What happened in Noshodi, for example, must not happen in Lagos again.
Do you hear what the man said? Ola? The man said the next time he's sharing things, he might consider the minorities in Noshodi, the Yorubas, the minority in Noshodi. How the hell do you become minority in your own land? The fuck out of here, man! How did you get here?
It's just because of political correctness and liberalism. You understand? When you say you are liberal and they are pushing you away gradually. But to me, personally, you know, there's a way you control your resources. For example, now, you won't say because you are from United States of America now, you leave Maryland, and you go school in just give me one of the states in America. You are not going to pay the same tuition as in-state people. You are going to pay out of state at a point in time. So what I'm saying basically is this: the time is coming that LASU we accept Lagos State students for tuition fee of 10,000, and non-indigene or those people that are not in our state, we have to be paying like $1 million. So there will be some kind of control mechanism. Because you can't become active in your own region and you are doing very well with your money and you have useless leaders in your own region that all they do with the money is nonsense. I still want to benefit. But you have to do this thing gradually. Okay, so Midwest, that's what I'm saying. The one you are talking about, you know, so far I don't enter into this politics as far back as 90.
Frankly speaking,
Midwest, sorry, hold on, Midwest, sorry, you know, and I may call you, but let's hear what Prince Daddy want to say, then you can respond.
Yeah, if you can hear me, if BT can hear me also. A couple of days ago, I was watching a television, a Rise channel television, and there was they were interviewing this Nigeria. I don't know if it's a politician or whatever, but anyways, it was from from southeastern part of the country, and I can't remember the exact question they asked him, but anyways, he said trying to make a comparison with Rwanda. He said when Kagame came to power, it made it a national thing that the Hutus and the Tutsis should not recognize the identity, that they should also just respond that they are Rwandans and never to say they are from one tribe or the other, right? And yeah, so essentially it was recommended the same thing for Nigeria as a country. That the better we do away with our own unique identities, the better and more homogeneous a society will become, and we can progress like Rwanda or become like Rwanda because they are doing very well. That's what the guy said.
Prince Daddy, remember Paul Kagame came as a military leader, as a soldier, not as they voted for him. He ruled.
That is fine, but the point I was trying to say, just like our friend here, what do you call him, tonight, and other people, they see how a solution or how something works in one country or another place, and they are quick to adopt that thing, that model in Nigeria, or want to suggest that model in Nigeria to work for us. Can you imagine Nigeria or the Yoruba people getting rid of their culture and everything about their identity in order to merge into a Nigerian identity, if you call it that? Can you imagine an Igbo man or the Igbo people trying to do the same thing, get rid of their culture?
In Nigeria, and it will never happen. And even Paul Kagame, even after probably in the next few years that you are going to leave office, those people will go back to their identity again. It's going to happen. Maybe you can use it to fashion. What is the population of Rwanda? I don't think they're up to 20 or 30 million. You are talking about 200 million people with over 240 ethnic group, and you want them to jettison their identity like that. No, it's the reason why he was able to be successful because he came in as a soldier.
Who even suggesting that? Who was suggesting that?
It's Paul Kagame, president of Rwanda. You came in as a soldier, you ruled for more than 10 or 15 years, then you now...
No, that's what they did in Rwanda. The person that was suggested it was a Nigerian politician. Okay, I actually seen that video. But it was quite daunting what he said.
Let me quickly make announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be shutting down in the next 4 minutes so that we are going to cap it at 5 hours, like one man said the other time, so that editing will be easier. And not only that, I think there will be another show. Let me see. One man posted it here. It's going to be like I think it's going to be like tomorrow morning, like 6 hours from now. So, and that will make people that would like to join, because I think this one is going to be like is it blockbuster or shoutbuster, whichever one you prefer. So, and if you still want to join, there will still be discussion in the background. You may please come and join. I will leave the link here too. So thank you, everyone. Continue. I will show that one is 5 hours mark. Continue. Prince Remy and Midwest, whoever want to speak. Continue.
So I was just talking about that kind of situation can never happen in Nigeria. Even if you look at it, the big three tribes, Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, that constitute more than 30 or 40 million people. You want them to jettison their identity. It's not only the identity in Nigeria alone. What about Yoruba people in other parts of the world? It's not like Rwanda, a small country, and you.
How big is it?
Well, yeah, Remy, to that point, actually, I think the population of Rwanda is maybe 15 million people, or was it 20 million people? Even there are other tribes in Nigeria, apart from the large ethnic groups, right, that are much bigger than the entire country of Rwanda, or one ethnic group in Rwanda for that matter. So, I mean, the way the guy said it, that, we should adopt such a model in our country, get rid of our identity. I mean, it was just crazy.
It's not his fault now. It's not his fault. Now, the fault of our Jaguda leaders now. Not being fault.
No, the thing for me,
Sorry, Midwest, you come. Sometimes when you talk about Jaguda leaders or what, I just think you are pointing one finger to the Jaguda leader and the forefinger back to us. Because all these leaders, are they not from us? They are followers before.
No, Remy.
No, you guys are mentioning
the power for them to shape us, to remold us, has been given to them. That's why we point to them.
Exactly. It's just like parents.
So you gave them the power. Look, Midwest, you gave them the power. But in midnight, in the afternoon, in the morning, you crept up to your uncle. You crap out to your husband or wife, telling him you have been there for 6 months, nothing to show. Your brother come, we do not get any contract. Why do we put you there? Your community come. They keep everybody pressurizing you.
Remy, parents are like leaders are like parents. You understand? And you tend to take instruction, you respect. So if you have a good parents, then it will lead you right. You understand? You learn from your parents.
You should also understand that the followership they are even more horrible than the leaders you are talking about.
You are still not getting it.
For example, you are a leader in this platform, and there is not a lot of pressure from people on this platform. Maybe some of them are your wives or your girlfriend or your friends and your rest. You will rule without no problem if they are giving you good advice. But everybody is looking at their personal interest. The first thing I talk about, let me say this, then the first thing is that, to be frank, forget my generation, forget the generation, this Gen Z or millennial, forget. Let's start from a zero and from 2026.
It doesn't work that in human something now. It doesn't work that way.
Because
we are talking of human. You can't zero human.
This generation we have and the kind of democracy we practice.
Let me see. You see what that guy what the man was suggesting about.
No, Midwest, sorry. Before I shut down, we go to the now. Yoruba will say, if they give back to you, it does, and even if the parent of that person is even bad, it does not necessarily make that children bad. You understand? That's the method. That's the way you can explain the leadership. The leaders are supposed to be outliers, someone that are outstanding. So that the leaders are coming from us does not necessarily mean they should behave like us, even though if we are mistaken. They are supposed to guide us right. Thank you, everyone. Please join One Man Show in the next 6 hours. So there's going to be another show later in the day in about 6 hours time. Thank you, everyone. See you later. So if you want to come and join, I've dropped the link. You can still come to the background. The show continues in the background. Thank you, everyone. Midwest, thank you. Continue.
You see what
Midwest, right.
Yeah, what that man was suggesting. These are